Are we unmuted?
This one.
Okay. Oh, we all got to unmute our mics. Thank you. All right, thank you everybody for joining the May 27th Select Board meeting. Starting off to quote our town moderator, for all who are willing and able to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, next up on the agenda is an overview of the meeting. So we are being recorded by RCTV. Rob is our videographer tonight. Rob has been with us since 2016, which is longer than I've been here. So it's good to see someone outlast me in that regard. Next at 7:05 will be a procedural update from the chair. 7:10 is public comment for any items not included on the agenda tonight, which we'll get to at the prior agenda item. 7:20 is town manager report. 7:25 is a community spotlight. 7:30 is discuss and vote to authorize short-term debt related to the high school field improvements. 7:35 is a preview of the water rates. We'll have multiple discussions on that. 7:45 is a public hearing to discuss and vote on FY26 non-union classification and compensation plan. 7:50 is an Arbor Day proclamation from April 25th to maintain our Tree City USA designation. 7:55, discuss liaison assignments. 8:05, discuss charge for master plan committee. 8:15, discuss RCTV contract renewal. 8:45, discuss Pleasant Street Center appraisal. 8:55, discuss and vote on select board policy article 1, section 1.4, communication. 9:05 is discuss select board retreat. 9:15, select board liaison reports. 9:25, future agendas, and 9:30, we will vote on 2 sets of minutes. So I will move on to the procedural update from the chair, which on page 6 of the packet, but for you tuning in at home, there's going to be a couple changes to the way that we run meetings going forward. So the first was we just did the Pledge of Allegiance. From feedback last year about motions not being in the packet, going forward, all motions related to votes will be included in the packet going forward. Public comment for all agenda items after board discussion, non-duplicative other than public hearings, which means if you want to have public comment on, say, the RCTV discussion, no, it's a public hearing. But if you want to have public comment now on the RCTV discussion, during the actual RCTV discussion, the chair will not acknowledge you at that time. But what that means is after every single agenda item that we have tonight that I just went over, the public will be able to weigh in on those in real time. What I've seen in past select board meetings is someone will always have a comment, they want to participate, it could be town staff, it could be someone trying to provide us with info, and it always seems as if we were kind of picking and choosing who we allow to do whatever. So to resolve that, we've completely eliminated it to allow anybody to speak whenever, after the board has already discussed it. And the only exception is public hearings, which you can participate in both aspects because it's a public hearing, you can weigh in then as well as during the agenda topic. So Jane Wellman will be keeping our 2-minute timer for each comment, so we don't have favorites in the room going forward. Jane will be playing a harp noise after 2 minutes, which everyone will find rather soothing. So we're going to be discussing and voting at the same meeting. As you just heard, I went over 18 agenda items or whatever it is, as well as me adding additional items to the agenda that's going to be taking up more time, resources from town staff, and other things like that. So this week here, we're trying to condense things down while also expanding the need to have public input and transparency on everything. So that's kind of why we're going to discuss and vote. Everything will be included in the packet. We're going to be also discussing later on the email communication going back into the packet. All of these are additional opportunities for you to participate in advance. The new this year, following what the school committee has done in the past, they have a focus on excellence. We are going to be doing the community spotlight for either town staff, local businesses, and or resident achievements. That's going to be completely up to Matt to come up with those. I don't have any input in it on any topics that he brings up. But if you'd like to participate or know somebody that should be acknowledged for any achievements or some local business celebrating 50 years like the Last Corner in December, that would be good to bring up to Matt or the full select board to get added to a future agenda. The same thing for the Pledge of Allegiance. If you have a kid in school or if you'd actually like to participate in leading off of that, I would love for that to happen as well. So please just reach out to Matt or the full select board to get that squared away. Liaison reports moved to the end of the agenda. They've always taken up so much time in the beginning, which is great, but as moving it to the end of the agenda, this way here, at least we get through town staff and everybody else who's been waiting for these meetings, which is mentioned later on in this. All presentations will be kept to 10 minutes or less and be in the packet in advance. So as much as I love hearing about water rates for a half hour, I understand even myself, after looking at the packet in advance, I don't want to hear about water rates for another half hour beyond it. So to keep everyone interested and mindful in the meetings moving, we just want to keep it to 10 minutes. Obviously, there's going to be a little things that run longer than that are substantive, but we're trying to keep everything just moving here and just expediting things. So like I said, all discussions with town staff or others on the agenda would be at the beginning of the meeting. We value town staff's time or everyone else who has to sit in, and I don't want people waiting sometimes till 10:30 at night. Hopefully we're never there again, but you never know. So we kind of want to front load everything on who's going to be participating in our meeting. Yeah.
So you probably need to stop using we, because this is the first time the select board has seen any of this, and we are a board of 5, but you made all these decisions, which I don't necessarily agree with, so please don't use the we term.
I appreciate your feedback, Karen, but
anytime.
If you have any concerns, you can always email me or speak to me offline, and I will gladly.
Or you could follow protocol and ask the select board for their input on some changes you'd like to make, because that's how we've done it since 2020.
As you know, the chair sets the agenda, and this is on the agenda.
The chair does not override select board policy. The chair does not decide how the meetings are going to be run. The chair needs to follow Robert's rules. That is how the chair runs the meeting. I'd love to talk with you offline further.
Yes, which should have happened before May 27th.
Because you made all these decisions.
So moving on beyond that, alternating, Melissa and myself will be running the meeting unless someone else is remote, because it's very hard to obviously run a meeting when you're remote. So this is going to build leadership skills, keep members engaged, and diversify perspectives. Even though people might hearing my voice, others might end up liking to hear Melissa's style of running meetings, et cetera, going forward. So we will see how that goes. I just think that it's something new and different to try here in Reading, and I believe it'll be a success. And then lastly, a topic that's later on in the discussion, which will be more clarity with, is about email communication going back in the packet. The policies still reference it, and I say that in air quotes, but the board previously voted on it, so it's up for discussion and vote tonight. I'll discuss more on that topic when we get to it, but I just wanted to see about running the most transparent select board to date, and I would hope that other board members will feel inclined to put email back in the packet, because between having the public discussing things on every agenda topic, email going in the packet, reaching out to us in advance, these are all instances where the public can feel recognized. And then future items go in the agenda. I'll bring that up during future agendas, but a couple items pertaining to that in the packet. So then I will move on to, before public comment, I just wanted to reference that earlier today, the select board, by way of Jackie from town staff, we received, or at least me and Melissa received an email at 12:08 in the afternoon, first referencing the time for the Pride celebration being held on June 7th. I was unaware that the Pride event was happening on the 7th. I thought it was on the 14th. So when
Point of order, which
I'm-
agenda item is this? This is
I'm
not a
just-
procedural update. It's not an overview of the meeting.
I
What is this?
appreciate your concern, Karen, but I'm
Point of
squaring
order,
away.
just asking which
That's-
agenda item this is.
It's a procedural update from the chair.
That's not a
Yeah.
procedural update.
I appreciate your comments, Karen. Thank you. And if you'd like to talk more offline about what
This is
I want
not,
to-
I want to make sure that we don't
Okay.
commit an open meeting law violation.
That's fine.
Perhaps we
anyone-
wanna-
Sharon, you're not the chair.
Yes, I know. Right?
just
You
wait
can't just
until
point of
the-
order and interrupt everything that
That
you
is
don't agree
by
with.
definition, point of order.
Okay.
We need to stick to the agenda items.
Okay.
Point of order, which agenda item does this relate to?
It's pertaining to an item that we received numerous communications on today, and I am updating the public on it. If you feel it's an open meeting law violation, feel free to file it, or anybody else from the public. I'm explaining the way that things were perceived today and adding clarification that the public can be made aware of. So this way here, everybody realizes the scenario that transpired. So as I was saying, in terms of setting the agenda with Matt and Melissa, we had a meeting. I told Matt that on June 10th, we could have the Pride proclamation because I thought the event was happening on the 14th. I said, Matt, we still have time. We get a couple days. It'll be before that because as you can tell, this agenda is slam-packed with items that we have. So I thought that we were in the clear until today when we get a email referencing at 12:08 that the Pride celebration was being held on June 7th. That is the first time that I received an email mentioning June 7th ever to the select board. And I also saw it on the Reading Post mentioning today the same thing, that it's going to be held on June 7th as well. So to rectify that, under future agendas, I've already spoken with Matt, and we will discuss a time to put that on the agenda potentially later this week or next. So we'll discuss that further under future agendas. And with that, I will open it up for public comment for items not included on the agenda. Please include your name, address, and keep it to 2 minutes, or Jane will get in. Angela, thank you.
Angela Binda. I'm just going to read this from today's Reading Post.
Just your address to Angela.
10 Elizabeth Park Drive.
Thank you.
Reading celebrates Pride Month with an event on the town common. It's time to mark your calendars for the 5th annual Reading Pride Parade and Celebration scheduled for Saturday, June 7th. With DJ Jazzy Jacob, games, and a bubbly show, this is an exciting event for residents of all ages. Hosted by Reading's Pop Huddle and made possible with a grant from the Reading Cultural Council, the fun begins at 3 p.m. on the town common. You can watch the car parade from several cheering stations along the route. The parade ends back at the common, so you can watch it from there as well. The event runs until 5 p.m. and is held rain or shine. Prizes will be awarded to the best decorated car and to the cheering station that shows the most pride. Event organizer Laura Wilson said, "This event is always special, but especially following the executive orders directed against the community. It's a great opportunity for Reading to show our support and care for our LGBTQ neighbors and families." She added, "Come join the fun." The parade began in 2021 and has gotten bigger and better every year, with one mom saying, "I'm so grateful for this event. My child has struggled with the LGBTQ plus journey, and this parade made them feel seen. I can't tell you how much that means to our family." So for more information, you can go to the Reading Observer, readingobserver.com, or the Reading Post for more information. And I just want to say thank you to the town of Reading for sponsoring this, contributing to this, and to the town manager. I think that Laura Wilson, who has done so much for this town, would be a great person to spotlight in your spotlight. Thank you.
Thank you.
How was that for timing?
It's like Jane almost jumped. Nancy, thank you.
Nancy Doctor, 371 Pearl Street. 3 quick items. 1, thank you very much, Karen, for attending the tree planting on the 26th to represent the select board. I'm sure the DPW will talk about that, but I really wanted to give a shout out to our tree warden and his crew, Mike Hannaford. Due to a supply chain issue, we were short 300 trees. We planted 200. But 300 trees came in, and the tree warden and his crew planted all 300 trees. And so they should be spotlighted. If you're looking for some to spotlight, would be the tree warden and his crew. Second thing is, I just renewed my RCTV membership, and I hope that everyone in the select board has done that, because you have to lead by example. This is being televised tonight. We're totally dependent on RCTV. And I look forward to you all supporting them. The last issue is something I can't believe I'm actually raising this again, but I noticed you did not make any changes in your guidelines for notifying the chairs for vast interviews. Once again, you're saying you have up until 5:30 the day of the interviews, which is totally unrealistic for chairs. So again, for transparency reasons, if you really want to include nighttime government, you need to notify the chairs well in advance of the interviews in order to participate. I hope you change that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. And just to answer that, to give you clarity, the vast appointments haven't been made. They will be tonight. So, thank you.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Okay, point of order, we don't respond by policy, we don't respond to
think,
public comment.
Karen,
And I appreciate the sentiment, just reminding you, by policy, we don't respond to public comment.
I'm not sure if you're aware, Karen, but the way that I'm going to run the meetings is the way that I'm going to run the meetings.
Point of order.
And I'm
this
able
is a
to
board of
respond back.
five. We have select board policies.
Not we, I'm able to respond back. And if I want to have the board able to respond back to public comment, that is within my purview. Is it not? That's
No,
procedural.
it is not.
It
No,
is.
it is not. No,
Karen,
it is not.
I
This is a
appreciate
board of
it's
five,
best.
Mr. Hare.
It's best if you.
It's really embarrassing. He's been on the select board since
Don't
2021.
say he's embarrassing. You're just as embarrassing. Please stop and let's move on. This is ridiculous. You're acting like 5-year-olds.
Anybody else for public comment? Bob Holmes, really?
Yes.
Oh, well, go ahead.
I have always.
No, up to the podium.
All right.
There's a first for everything.
Bob Holmes, 123 Gleason Road.
You know where you live.
So I have, was trying to figure out how to do this and let people know and stuff and tell you guys. And I thought, this is the perfect way to do it. This is my last meeting covering you guys for the Chronicle. It's been more than 5 years with the Chronicle, then a couple years with Patch. I want to say it's been fun every minute, but most minutes it's been fun. But I'm not disappearing. You might see me at some point in the back of the room. There may be some agendas that come up that are entertaining, and I'll ask them if I can swing by. And there's always the phone call from Bill Brown telling me to do a story. So it could happen. So I'm not disappearing completely, but I just wanted to let everybody know that it's been fun. And I enjoy writing, and I've learned so much about this town that I was totally clueless about before I started doing this. And I just want to keep talking so I can hear the thing.
53 seconds.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. We are running out of community spotlight sections for next week. Next, Linda, thank you.
First, I didn't know Bob, and I want Linda Snowdoxer, Beaver Road. Want to give you a shout out. Many, many years I've been reading your articles. Thank you so much for your time and your quick turnaround. It's unbelievable. Thank you. I wanted to share with you my experience with RCTV. So I'm not sure whether I'm in line or not, because I'm a little confused by whether I should be saying this now or later.
I mean,
But-
do you want me to answer? Oh, we can stop that.
Sure.
She asked a question, Karen. I'm going to answer her, and I'm not going to allow her to go forward when she might think that something else is transpiring. Sorry. This would be our only time to mention it. So if RCTV comes up, then, you already gave your comments on RCTV. It is what it is. You know what I mean?
This is-
Otherwise, or you can speak about it during the RCTV section.
So I can stay and speak about it then?
No, just one time. Because the topic tonight is on RCTV, so you can either speak during the RCTV topic or during public comment. One, not both.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll take my chance to say it now.
Thank you.
Thank you very
You can
much.
start back up.
And maybe it'll ring in your ears. For over 27 years, I have been wowed by RCTV, how they go above and beyond. And reading their contract, I realize now how truly above and beyond RCTV goes. They not only cover meetings that are required, like the select board, the school committee. I appreciated them being there so that I could rewatch the meetings and learn from what went beyond my filter or didn't go through my filter when I was a school committee member. But also when I couldn't be at meetings. I so appreciated them, have so appreciated them covering other meetings and also events in town, to have them at the town fair, to have them at the menorah lighting, to have them at Martin Luther King Day, to have them covering the Holocaust speakers, survivors who have spoken to our town. It really is an accessibility that they have enabled for everybody in the town to watch with closed captioning. They have done it without any kind of pushback, any kind of hand asking for anything back. Okay. So I just want to also, I wanted to mention how important they are in the school and for the lives of our children who are learning professional skills from them and out in the public doing professional skills that are visible to everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I really hope that their contract is ratified again, renewed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Kayla?
Good evening, Taylor Gregory, Pleasant Street. Tonight I want to speak in support of RCTV and the fundamental service that they provide for residents of this town. I'm an owner of a news media organization, the Reading Observer, and I heavily rely on RCTV's coverage of public meetings and forums to do my job. Whether it's watching meetings I can't attend live or going back to confirm details for accurate reporting. The value RCTV brings goes far beyond my own work. Their broadcasts make town government accessible to residents who can't be there in person. Working families, seniors, parents with young children, and more. This kind of access isn't just convenient, it's vital to a healthy and transparent democracy. Without it, our town would be less informed, less connected, and less equipped to engage in meaningful civic life. That's why I believe it's critical that we not only maintain, but strengthen RCTV's role in our community. They need our support, especially financial support, to continue providing this invaluable service. I urge both the town and residents to recognize how essential RCTV is and invest in the future of accessible, transparent local government in Reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Once, twice, three times. Anyone online, Jackie?
Nobody has their hand raised on Zoom.
All righty. We will then move on to the town manager report. Matt.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a couple items. I attended Reading's Memorial Day celebration yesterday. It was a wonderful event. The weather cooperated. It was beautiful. I actually got a little sunburn being out there all day. But a big thank you to our Veteran Services Officer, Will Valier, and his team, and all the volunteers, the DPW department, facilities department, everybody that came out to make it a successful event for our veterans and others. So thank you very much for that, and I look forward to it next year already. I wanted to mention that this weekend, on Saturday, May 31st, the Reading Police Department will have its annual open house from 11 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. at the police station, which is 15 Union Street. This is always a great event every year. This year we'll have face painting, touch-a-truck, bouncy houses, and free food. Always a big attraction. So far the weather is looking okay, so please come out as you can, if you can. It would mean a lot to our officers that spend the day there. As you can see in the select board room, we have a new portrait of Harriet Tubman, which is hanging behind me. A big thank you to Rob Charette, and he's the artist that painted it, and this is our latest contribution to the Hero Art collection that he's created. So we actually moved the paintings. If you probably noticed, some of them used to be behind the select board. We still have the issue where the cameras were picking up the faces of the portraits themselves and thinking they were talking. So we thought it was better to avoid confusion, move them up there for that display. So again, thank you to Rob Charette for all his hard work on all of these paintings. He's a very talented artist. Quick update on green communities. We're getting to the finish line for that. We were awaiting some minutes that you'll be approving hopefully later tonight that approved your vote I think it was the prior meeting. We'll also have a memo from RMLD later this week. And with that, once I have both of those, I will forward those to the CEC for their signature, and we will be completed the process of becoming a green community. We'll have more information after that about grant opportunities and whatnot, but this is a significant hurdle that we will be completing by the end of the week. I want to apologize for all the inconvenience that was caused by our recent hard plastic and trash bin recycling event. We had an overwhelming response, which was great. However, we simply ran out of space and we had to shut it down without everybody having their turn to bring their bin. So I apologize on behalf of the town and DPW for that, but we've corrected that. First of all, we've always announced that we're going to have curbside pickup for several dates in July. We will come to your houses and pick them up, which is great. And those dates are on the website. And also, we've added a few more dates. So Saturday, June 7th, rigid plastic only, including trash and recycling containers, will be taken at the yard from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. And for that day, we're doing even numbered houses only, so even number addresses only. The way we thought to sort of curb down the crowds is to break it into two events, one day even number, the next day odd number. So Saturday the 21st, the same thing, rigid plastics and recycling and trash bins for odd numbered houses, and that's 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. All this information will be on Facebook and on the website, but I just wanted to highlight it here tonight. Again, apologize for the inconvenience. Also, I wanted to note that residents at any time, they can bring their own trash, their old trash recycling bins to the DPW. We're open Monday through Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. So at any time during the week, they could also get rid of their trash bins that way. So there's several opportunities to do that in the next few weeks. And with that, I think if I may pass it over to Jane Wellman, who has some good news and some updates.
Thanks, Jane.
Really briefly, thank you. Today, the town received its designation that we are compliant with 3A, with the MBTA Communities Law. So that official designation was delivered today. The RFP for the trash and recycling contract, our successor contract, is on the street as of this morning. So that process is beginning now. We'll have some questions coming in from vendors. And the goal is to have that contract awarded either in late August or September so that we understand fully what the costs are for that contract when the CFO is putting together the accommodated cost portion of our budget. So we have done our timelines so that we will have a full knowledge at that point. We are hoping that by going with a fully competitive, very transparent process that we will encourage all of the vendors to sharpen their pencils and give us a very competitive contract. So that should work well for the town. It remains to be seen.
Can I ask real quick on that? Yeah. Does that include all the options that we've discussed in prior meetings about potentially every other week for recycling, et cetera? So
we're asking for prices for all different kinds of things. There's 13 different appendices, all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So some of the other communities have this system, which is pretty good, where you can go to town hall, buy a sticker for $2, put it on a thing on your sidewalk. So stuff that you might want to get rid of, and you have the opportunity to get rid of 2 per week, and having a bunch of $2 stickers and being able to put stuff on the curb is a really nice feature once you try it. And I'd like us to find out whether that's an old school thing that they're not doing anymore, or whether that's a newer option that we could maybe consider for our residents.
So that would be for bulk pickup.
Yeah.
And so we're looking at 2 different models, right? So currently bulk pickup is allowed for each household. You can put something out every week, which is a lot of cost that the town is carrying. What we're also seeing that is a more conservative approach is that those charges for bulk pickup are paid by the homeowner. So we'll price both options and see
So they
what
still have
there
the
is.
$20 option for like big stuff.
Some towns, yeah, sometimes it's like, you're gonna put out a couch, it's, $15 or $20. We'll find out what the vendors say. Some towns subsidize that a little bit, or on a sliding scale. So at the beginning of the contract, it's subsidized, and by the end of the 5 years, it's phased. It's a little, it increases over time. We have to look and see what the options are and present them to the board. And there, we can work with what folks want to do, but we do anticipate that this will be a substantially more expensive contract. And so we have to put as many options out there as we can. So I think it's a great idea. Bulk items, you could also do it 5 bulk items or whatever number. And then beyond that, you would pay a higher fee, something like that. So we can be creative.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, that's a great idea. And then finally, the Permanent Building Committee and the Killam School Building Committees are starting doing their meetings again. The Permanent Building Committee, which is managing the Reading Center for Active Living project, is meeting tomorrow night. And then the Killam School Building Committee will be meeting on Monday, next Monday. And so they'll be beginning a regular meeting cadence. It looks like Recal will meet the first Wednesday of every month, and that Killam will meet the second Monday of every month. So that'll be how it goes. So that no matter which week the select board meeting is, Matt doesn't have to go to 3 meetings in a row. So that's unless he wants to, that's a good time. But anyway, so that's the update. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jane. All right, so now we will move on to the community spotlight. Matt, take it away.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a few items I wanted to mention under community spotlight. First, some highlights from town government. This month marked both National EMS Week and National Public Works Week, both during May. So I'd like to shine a spotlight on both departments for their incredible work that they do all year round, not just this week. In your packet, you'll find letters from me that I sent to all of the DPW and fire department employees, thanking them for their efforts and marking the week. The theme of EMS Week is We Care for Everyone. And the theme of Public Works Week is People, Purpose, and Presence. I could say that our employees live by these themes every day. They come to work, and I would like to thank them for that. And just a business update that I was recently made aware of. We have an upcoming business opening. It's called Presence and Company. It's at 557 Main Street, the former RCTV location. And it is a space for, they call it a modern third space, an unplugged space for community to gather, connect with one another, and focus on well-being without digital distraction. It sounds like a great premise. And the owner is a young entrepreneur with a background in healthcare and wellness, and she plans a ribbon cutting and an open house on June 16th from 4 to 6. So I'd like to spotlight that new business coming to town. I'll also have more information in meetings coming regarding existing businesses with milestones, but I thought that was a good one to mention today, a new business right in our downtown. So, and I would like to thank Bob Holmes. I didn't know before tonight, but I would have spotlighted you as well. But I will thank you for all your hard work and coming to every meeting and staying up late and writing those stories and always getting it right. So we appreciate it from the town government side of things. So thank you.
Thanks, Matt. And if anybody else who's watching this in the future would like to send something over to you or the board to take up, it would be greatly appreciated because there's 27,000 people in town. And it's good to hear more about their successes.
Sure. Yep, just email me.
Yep. All right, so now we will move on to discuss and vote to authorize short-term debt related to the high school field house improvements, page 9 in the packet. And who's
So Diane Marabito, who's our town treasurer, is on Zoom and will lead us through that borrowing discussion. So Diane, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Go right ahead.
Good evening, everyone. What's going on with my,
it's like a VHS.
what's going on with my video?
Well, we can still hear you.
Okay, not sure what's going on with the video. Good evening, everyone. I'm here to request an approval for borrowing totaling $3 million for the high school field house bleachers and floor improvements.
Kicked her off.
Is she back? I think she may.
Carlo shows up.
Yeah.
This happens. I cut the wire on the way in.
Hello?
Yeah, you were spotty.
Can you hear me?
You might want to turn off your video. Maybe it'll help because we can still hear you
okay.
at times. So maybe just close that and we'll see if it gets better.
Okay, can you hear me better?
Yes. We'll interrupt if you don't.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm here to request an approval for borrowing totaling $3 million for the high school field house bleachers and floor improvements. The borrowing was previously approved at 2 separate town meetings. The first totaling $1.7 million passed under Article 10 at the town meeting held on April 24th, 2024. And the additional $1.3 million passed under Article 15 at the November 12th, 2024 town meeting. The bond anticipation note is scheduled to be issued on May 30th, 2025 for $3 million with a 4% coupon rate. It will be a short-term borrowing and mature on March 13th, 2026. At the maturity date, we will repay an amount totaling $3,094,333.33, which includes interest of $94,333.33. Our financial advisors and bond counsel have reviewed the articles and all legal requirements associated with this bond note issuance and have provided their approval. However, in order to proceed, we will need the vote and approval of the select board. I had provided Matt with 5 sets of documents, which includes the vote. All documents except for the note will have 2 signature pages that need to be signed. And I flagged them all. Does anyone have any questions on this borrowing?
Board members, Aaron?
Just a quick question. I'm skimming through these and I'm having a hard time seeing how long these will be outstanding for, these 10 years?
No, it's only 9.5 months. It's the maturity date is March 13th, 2026.
So I saw that and I said, I must be reading this wrong. We're borrowing money for 9 months only?
Correct, because it's a short-term project. So it's a short-term project and we like to borrow close to the project as we can because there's certain arbitrage limitations. If you borrow monies that you don't need ahead of time, if you borrow in advance what I'm trying to say. Basically, we had to borrow now because we need the money by next week pretty much to start the project. It's a short-term project.
So if I may continue, why would we, this is essentially putting it on a credit card for 60 days from our municipal government. What's the decision process that we go through? Because it costs money to hire a bond counsel, issue bonds, pay interest for 9 months versus just, and I see Sharon has joined us, versus just paying free cash. I was just wondering if you could walk us through the decision process.
So with meeting with our bonding agent, we were talking about the Killam and the Recal borrowing. and when we would do that borrowing. And we had talked about doing it in January. So this is a short-term borrowing to get us to January so that we can borrow all of it permanently in January.
Borrow the 3 million or?
No, yeah, so we'll borrow the 3 million, but it costs a lot of money to do a permanent borrowing. And so we banned for this because we only had one project to borrow for. Come January, we're going to be borrowing some money for the Killam. We're going to be borrowing for Recal. We'll be borrowing this money and maybe something for pickleball. I'm not sure what, I haven't seen the cash flow for that yet. So where we are issuing permanent debt, in January, we would just do it once. So this project needs the cash now so that they can get started in June. And then we'll be doing internal borrowings to get us to January, and then have that money paid back by the borrowing. So this was by advice of our bonding agent to make sure that, you know, we only go out to, you know, borrow once as opposed to multiple times, and also, you know, just structure it in the best way, because borrowing in January, I will not have a debt payment for any of these borrowings in fiscal 26. I won't have an interest payment and I won't have a principal payment. So that would allow us more time before Killam and the Recal actually hits your tax bill.
Melissa?
Thank you. Can I just ask, wouldn't it make more sense then to use free cash and not pay $94,000 in interest? If it's just short term and then we can just pay back our own free cash?
I think free cash is at a premium for us right now because we are going to be issuing so much debt. We want to have our reserves at you know, AAA numbers. And so we cannot be using $3 million at once right now, because we did use $6 million at April town meeting to support the fiscal 26 budget, and that does come out right away. So I wouldn't advise taking $3 million out at this point, because we did advise the $6 million for the operating budget. And the money is, we get premiums on our band, so the premiums pay for the issuance cost. So it's not like there is really that $96,000 cost to us.
I'm sorry. Can you just say that again? What do you mean there's really no $96,000 cost to us? Like, it's 4% interest. Sorry, this is small on my screen. So can you just clarify?
The actual interest rate is lower than that. I forget what the actual interest rate is, 3 point something, but they give us a 4% coupon. So that's, they're structuring our band for resale if it needs to be. And so they'll pay us that difference in interest up front, so that we can, you know, so that we'll pay the 4%, because the actual stated interest on our band is lower. I think it's 3.4 or 3. Diane could probably accurately, I don't remember what the actual numbers are. So that premium helps pay for debt issuance costs. The interest payment is the only thing we would pay, and we would be paying that if we borrowed anyway. So it's like there's no downside of doing the ban. It's just bringing it to a date that we'll borrow all of it at once, because the permanent borrowing is that much more expensive. And so all we're doing is borrowing short term so that we can get to that January date, so that we can borrow all at once and avoid a debt payment until fiscal 27.
Okay, all right, thank you for that clarity.
Anyone else? I guess, Sharon, for my own clarity, are we borrowing the 3 million anyway, and this is just getting us to that point? That's why we're borrowing the whole thing, or we're not borrowing the 3 million at all?
We're borrowing a short-term, they call it a bond anticipation note, which is a short-term borrowing. And we're doing that so that we can start the project. We're not technically supposed to start a project until we've borrowed, if the debt is the actual funding source. And so there were no other projects that needed to start so soon. So that's why we normally would have multiple projects that we borrow for, and we had hoped to have Birch Meadow Phase 2 as a borrowing to pair up with this. And then we weren't sure that numbers would come in time. And so we ended up doing the ban just to bring us to January so that we could borrow it, because we know for sure we're going to borrow for Killam and Recal in January. So it's just so that legally we can start working on this project, because I cannot show a deficit at June 30th and have it not hit my free cash. And they're going to start working on this project, you know, in June. So whatever they spend would actually hit our free cash. You really want to borrow before you start a project that's funded by debt.
So I guess my follow-up to that is hypothetically, if this started in January of '26, are you still borrowing $3 million? Or are you paying it all?
Yes, we're gonna borrow the money to pay back the ban. So, you know, it's kind of like we're borrowing permanent money to pay back the 9-month note.
All right, that makes it more.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
But we wouldn't want to wait till January to do the floor because the timeline was that they wanted to start the floor in June. So it was an important timeline to get the floor ready for the next school year. So the timeline kind of dictated that we needed to do a short-term borrowing because we only had the one project that needed this money by June.
Yep, perfect. Anyone from the public? Karen, go ahead.
No, I'm just, not to put you on the spot, but I'm really glad to see we have a member of the finance committee here because this is the first time that we have heard that our free cash levels are getting low enough that we have to be careful how we borrow, or we will not be borrowing at optimum rates. And as we're gonna head into budget season, I think that is a very important consideration to keep in mind. We are gonna need to tighten budgets this year. Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Karen. Anyone from the public wishing to weigh in on this? Online? Is there anybody online for the future? Just so I know.
There are people online,
Okay.
but there are no hands raised.
All right. So Karen, do we have a motion?
So I'm reading this whole thing.
Diane, can I just ask, does she have to read the whole vote of the select board, or can we just say as presented? If you're on there with the motion.
I don't believe that, I think in the past that they did not have to read the whole vote.
Okay, then the motion would be move to accept as presented, I would say.
Move to accept as presented.
I don't know, I think you may have to read a part of the vote though.
Okay, which part, Diane?
Maybe the
I
first
believe that the last, I think, check.
Point of order, in the past, we've started the reading and then made a motion to dispense with further reading of the motion. I don't know technically
Okay.
which is correct, I just don't wanna have to.
It's just a long, it's a long vote, so. that's-
Exactly.
I believe Karen is correct.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay, so you can start.
I, the clerk of the select board of the town of Reading, Massachusetts.
Motion to dispense with further reading of the motion before us. Second.
All those in favor? 5-0.
Okay.
And back to the original vote. Do I have a motion on the original vote?
What's the
Well, that
original
was
vote?
to dispense with the rest of the reading.
Rest of the reading.
Vote to accept,
Yeah.
whatever, is there something that says vote to approve or?
It just said see separate document. So
Which was
this
the vote?
document.
That's what I was asking about, so.
Okay, so you read it. Discuss.
It should be motion to
Yeah.
approve to authorize short-term debt related to the high school field house improvements, the first paragraph or sentence at the top of the page.
Of this page?
Yes, yep. So how it says discuss and vote to authorize, so it
Vote
should
to
just,
author,
yes.
vote to authorize short-term debt related to the high school field house improvements.
Second.
Melissa seconded, any discussion? All those in favor? 5-0. Thank you, Diane.
So there's several signatures required that I provided to the clerk, so she passed those around. They're all marked. And if there's any questions, I think Diane is still on the Zoom, so thank you.
All right, so while we're getting that passed around, is Matt Abrahams here for the water rights?
I believe he's on. So Jackie, could you enable Matt to speak?
And this starts on page 69 of the packet.
All right.
Okay,
So
there it
we're
is.
checking the motion format, it's usually a little different. One signature page.
Good evening, everyone. This is Matt Abrahams from the Abrahams Group.
Good evening, Matt.
Here to talk about water and sewer, give you an update on the state of the enterprise funds, as well as start the discussion on potential rate action for FY26. I have some slides for our presentation this evening, and I was planning on just running through them
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So these slides, I believe, were part of the handouts for the select board, so you should have already had the ability to look at these yourselves. They're the same slides that are now before you, should be before you on the screen. Can someone just confirm that you can see it?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. So again, Matt Abrahams from the Abrahams Group, we're here to talk about an update on analyzing the water and sewer funds in the form of a rate study for FY26. This is our third year working with the town on water and sewer rates. Last year, we presented to this board a 10-year lookout, 10 years into the future. So we analyzed both projected revenues and expenses all the way 10 years into the future. And again, for you this year, we have another 10-year look. And the reason why I raise that is because for some of the communities that we work with, we sometimes only look out 5 years. But for your community, we've taken the liberty to go ahead and look out 10 years. So it's very similar in that regard to what we presented last year. So I have slides for water, and then I have slides for sewer. They're very similar. We're going to start with water, and I know I only have 10 minutes, but that should not be a problem. Okay, first slide is about history on water, just recent history. 2 years back, two years back, the town implemented a 4-tier rate structure when rates were set for FY24. A year ago, using the 10-year look that I was talking about a moment ago, water rates were increased 3.75% across all tiers. That's for the current fiscal year of FY25. The water fund maintains consistently healthy retained earnings. The most recent certification was $5.5 million. And we often compare that to the budget or the total expenses for a fund to measure how healthy or unhealthy retained earnings are. The measurement of that 5.5 is 62.5%. The year before that, the certification was 4.8 million. That was about 58.5%. Town policy is to target 30%. So the water fund's retained earnings balance is above the target. The town consistently balances the budget using retained earnings for rate stabilization. In other words, because you have this retained earnings, it is used to help keep rates a little bit lower, meaning that if you didn't have them, rates may end up being a little bit higher. Regeneration consistently allows retained earnings balance to stay at a healthy level. Regeneration in this case would be any revenues that are above the budgeted amount of revenues, or any expenses that are not spent, any budgeted expenses not spent, which is also called turnbacks. The town typically funds capital improvements as part of the operating budget to avoid additional costs incurred from borrowing. That's very prudent planning if the town is able to do that. So in other words, there are cases in your community where debt is not incurred because you have the ability to just spend on capital, whether it's through rates or through retained earnings. Additional history, looking at the fund expenses. This is holistic for your entire water budget or what's spent for water every year. It's increased an average of 7.0%, 7% the last 5 years. So if we look at total fund expenses for water, 7% the last 5 years. The MWA assessment itself has increased an average of 5.4% annually the last 5 years. That is slightly above what the MWA increases for all of its members. Usually it's around 3.94%. 5.4 obviously is a little bit above that. Fund revenues have generally kept up with expenses. There were 2 deficit years the past 5 years. A small amount in FY20 and $1.6 million in FY22. Otherwise, fund revenues have exceeded fund expenses in the other years for the past 5 years. And the amount that was used to balance the budget out of retained earnings is presented for you there. You can see it's basically somewhere around $1 million for each of the last 4 years, including the upcoming budget for FY26, which is a little bit more than that, $1.7 million. projections for water. Now we're starting to look forward a little bit. Debt service to remain consistent as new debt is planned to be incurred when the MWA buy-in debt service rolls off at the end of FY28. So we did want to point that out, that there should, at least at that point in time, there shouldn't really be a big change in what the fund is carrying for debt service right around FY28, FY29 when that buy-in debt comes off. Using inflationary factors for some expenses, total fund expenses are projected to increase by 5.9% for the next fiscal year, FY26, 4.6% in 27, and then we have it leveling off to about a 0.6% annual increase from there. As I mentioned earlier, the MWA assessment is generally anticipated to increase 3.9% on average annually over the long term. Of course, it kind of goes up and down based on how much flow is used in a given year for a community like Reading. But overall, that's what we usually see, even for a town with the roller coaster effect. All projections include a presumed regeneration amount of $400,000 for revenues and $200,000 for expenses. We thought this was important to include just because it's a reality in Reading, that there are often regeneration is a factor. And we don't typically include that in our analyses, but we are including it for this year's analysis for Reading because it is that consistent in your community. With no rate action, retained earnings can cover the large projected deficits that we have in our analysis through FY29, but not beyond that, which means that in order for revenues to keep up with expenses, rate action is necessary to ensure that the fund remains sustainable long-term. Here's our baseline scenario for water. This is not a scenario that we anticipate happening at all, but what we'd like to show is what happens to your fund based on all of our projections if rates don't change or if revenues don't change. And as I mentioned in the last slide, retained earnings can carry you through FY29, but not beyond that without rate action. Now you see it in a table format and in a graphical format. And now we're getting into the options for water rates. This is a transition from the prior slide where you see an updated table and updated graph. Now that we see the impact of the rate plan that is now before you. Again, we were looking at 10 years. Often when I present rate plans, I like to at least look at the consistent rate plan, meaning the rate change is the same in each of the years that we're looking at. And you can see that here that we're looking at 2.5% annually. And what we try to do with when we put together this rate plan is consider what the retained earnings target is and try to get the retained earnings projections to approximate or target that target by the end of the 10 years that we're looking at. And that's exactly what's happening here. So the blue line is what we're projecting for retained earnings. And we have it even with the 2.5% annual increase to water rates, we have it still dipping below the target somewhere around FY29, FY30, somewhere in that area, and then trending back towards the target by the end of the 10-year look. And we like to show user impact too. So we just talked percentages. Well, what does that mean to sample users or sample bills? And I believe we had this chart for you last year in our analysis. We like to focus on the average residential user when we look at this. And a 2.5% increase in FY26, if it were authorized, is somewhere in the $4, $5, $6 range for the average residential user, which if you go annually, that's somewhere between $17 and $26 annually. And a large residential user we have is about $54 annually. That's option one. So you'll see the same slides for other options too. I'll go through these a little bit more quickly. After you saw the first one, these slides are the same. So now we're looking at a little bit of a lower increase in FY26 with this option, 1.75% FY26. Which means if you go a little bit lower now, presumably you have to go a little bit higher later, which is why you see increases slightly above the ones you saw in the outlying years with the prior slide, up to 2.75%. Similar graph where it dips below the target but works its way back towards the target. Average residential user for 1.75% between $12 and $18 annually. Large residential, $38 annually. Option 3, if you do more now, presumably you do less later, 3.25% we have is 2.25 in the outlying years. Again, a similar graph. And for the user impact, average residential user about $22 or to $33 in the range. Large residential user, we have a $71 annually. So I'm about to transition to the sewer slides, which I'm totally willing to do. I just wanted to pause in case we wanted to talk about water first.
Board members, any question on the water section? All right, we can move on to sewer.
Okay, similar slides, so I'll try and get through these quickly. History, the same 4-tier structure was implemented for sewer FY24 2 years back. Last year, 3% increase across all tiers. Like water, consistently healthy retained earnings. Actually, these are showing higher numbers than water. 6.9 million dollars the last certification. That's over 93%. 7.3 the prior year, so it's slightly down. 98% for that certification. Again, the policy is to target 30%. Retained earnings are used to balance the budget for rate stabilization. We see similar regeneration on the sewer side. And just like with water, wherever possible, the town tries to avoid borrowing if it has the resources to pay for capital improvements in that year. The average increases of fund expenses for sewer was 1.2% the last 5 years. The MWA assessment has actually decreased. It's not an increase, that's a decrease of about 0.5% the past 5 years. That is not typical. I don't know the exact reason why that's happened, but I would not expect that to be the case consistently moving forward. Fund revenues have generally kept up with expenses. There was one deficit year in FY22 of about $465,000. And you can see the retained earnings that have been used to balance the budget the last few years, as well as $1.2 million planned for the upcoming fiscal year of FY26. We have debt service anticipated to fall off over the next 10 years. It's over $1 million as part of the FY26 budget. And it goes to, now we're looking at about 7 years, but it goes to $750 before it drops down to about $130,000 based on the latest information that the town has provided. Capital outlay, and we saw this last year when we did our analysis on sewer. It's fluctuating. If you just look at the schedule that's been put together, it's kind of going up and down year to year. $715,000 in 26, $290 in 27, and 1.8 as part of the schedule that was provided in FY35. Of course, that's way out. That's 10 years out, but the town does look 10 years out, and that's what's currently included in the capital plan. Of course, that could change. Using inflationary factors, we have total fund expenses increasing by 5% in 27, 10% in 29, and then an average increase of 2% in most of the other years as part of the 10-year period. And we have the MWA assessment projected to increase by about 3.3% annually, or average over time. And of course, that's well above what has historically happened in the recent past for the town of Reading. We've assumed the same regeneration amounts as we did for water, $400,000 for revenue and $200,000 for expenses. And with no rate action, we have retained earnings carrying the fund through FY32, which is a little bit down the road, but not beyond that. So again, in order to maintain long-term sustainability, there would need to be rate action to make sure that that avoids happening. Baseline scenario for water, this is basically a table and a graphical representation of what I just mentioned a moment ago. You can see that the blue line doesn't get below the target until about FY31 with no rate action, but eventually does work its way down there and eventually depletes and goes below zero with no rate action. Option one, again, if we're just focused on a level plan, we have that as 2% annually. And you can see that the blue line does work its way down, but it stays above the target the entire time. But by the end of the 10-year period, has worked its way all the way down to the orange. And I do want to point out that if we look at that FY35 column, you can see $1.5-ish million of the deficit in red. that is very much tied to that $1.8 million that I mentioned a moment ago for the capital, what's part of the capital plan. So expenses bump way up in that year for that reason, and that's why we see that drop off of the blue down to the orange. Sewer rate option 1, 2%. So we have that as a per bill amount of about $3.25 to about $5 for the average residential user, which works out to be $13 annually or $19 annually. And the large residential user is $41 annually. If the board were interested in option 2, we have the rate increase of 1.5% in 26. And if you do less now, you do a little bit more later. That's 2.25 in the outlying years. So you get the graph to look similar as you saw a moment ago. That's about $10 to $15 annually for the average residential user, $31 annually for the large residential user. And option 3, if you do more now, you presumably do less later. 2.5% in 26, 1 3/4 the other years, to get a graph that looks similar to what we just saw. And the impact to the users are about $16 to $24 annually for the average residential user, and about $52 annually for the large residential user. And Mr. Chairman, those are all the slides I had for you this evening, so happy to take any questions or comments.
Thanks, Matt. Board members? Nobody. Well, I guess I will ask a question. So I know our target is 30%, and I guess in prior years, I've been paying attention more to the red column on all of your slides up at the top, where it goes green into red, but not paying attention to the 30% portion at the bottom. So if our target is 30%, why are we going out? I understand you're scaling it to 10 years, but we're hindering the residents with the burden now as opposed to in future years, which I understand eventually somehow you're going to have to do that, but that's assuming our revenues don't increase and things like that. So I guess what volume for your rates are you assuming for FY26? Is it the 572 or the 617 that the MWRA is assessing this?
You're asking what volume? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so what volume are you basing your rates off? So is it based off the 572, or is it milligallons, or?
I don't actually have the usage. What we ended up doing for projecting where the revenues ended up was we looked at your bill data that we compiled back when we did the tiers 2 years back. And we calculated what we had as quarterly bill runs based on that. And then we just carried it forward to the current time frame based on the rate increase that took place since then. So it's using your real billing data to get at a projected revenue amount, but I don't have the actual usage tied to that. I guess I could get it for you, just would take some digging to do that.
Yeah, I think if you could, because if our target is 30% and we're sitting here at 98, or, I think the sewer was what, 98% or something. I understand we have a healthy reserve because of that, but I guess more to the point that I would like to see, how many more times are we discussing this, Matt? Like 1 or 2 more?
No, the public hearing will be the next meeting, so
Okay.
we have it on at the next meeting.
Yeah. So I guess in terms for the public meeting next time, Matt Abrahams, if you could also have a forecast of what 0% on the water and sewer rates, and maybe, I guess, 1% as well, just forecast that out too. Because I know you mentioned 2.5, 3.5 on your tables, but I kind of want to see what 0 or 1% looks like. I don't want us to go back, because I understand we could go negative and reduce the rates, but I don't think, for me personally, that's something that would sit well with future boards 10 years from now, wherever that may be. Anybody from the...
So just
Go ahead, man.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. So you're interested in seeing a 0% and a 1%?
Yeah.
Is that just, are those just the percentages for FY26, or am I carrying them?
No, just carry them out like you did on both of the tables for water and sewer.
Okay, so if we're doing a 0%, then that would be the baseline scenario, because that's no revenue changes.
Mhm.
And those are already part of the slide deck. I can go back to those if you want to see those again. So we'll start with water, just so you can, so this essentially is the 0%.
That already is 0%. Okay,
I'm sorry?
so that's already 0% on this slide.
This
if we don't
slide
change the
represents no revenue changes, but everything else is in there, including the projected expenses and the inflationary increases and all that. So it's everything's in there, it's just no rate changes here. That's what this slide is.
All right, so that's where it's projected in FY '28 to go under the 30% target.
Correct.
Okay. And then on the sewer, what does that look like? That goes on forever, right? Like 10 years?
Yeah, sewer has a higher level of retained earnings. So you're going to see it just take a little bit longer, but eventually it does get there.
Okay, so that's in 2031 that it dips below the 30. All right, so I guess if you can find out the question on the volume for the public hearing, is that in 2 weeks, Matt?
Yeah, on the 10th.
Oh, 10th.
Yeah.
Quick question.
Yes.
If we're lucky enough to get some money back from the MWRA, have you guys discussed internally what we could do with that, or what we should do with that, or is that gonna be our decision?
Yeah, we discussed it a little bit, and I know Sharon's on if you have any questions about that. I mean, I suppose it depends on how it comes, but it could be put towards our retained earnings here, or, spent. I think it would come into free cash too, so one or the other. It's water money.
If we were to get money back from the MWRA, it would go into the certified surplus for whichever we get it back for. I think it's water that we paid all the money for. So that's where the reserves would go, and then we could use it towards capital. We could use it towards supporting our operating budget, however we want to use it.
Okay, and do we have an update on next steps for them?
There's another meeting, I believe it's on the 12th. They're going to be discussing it, so we should know more then, June 12th.
And is any of us involved in that meeting, or is it just an internal meeting?
I think that we could all come. I know Chris had been in contact directly with the MWRA on that, and anybody's welcome. You'll send the link once you have it. Yeah. So once I have the link, I'll send it around, and anyone from the town could come.
I guess if we could get posted for that meeting in case there's more than 2 of us that
Okay.
attend.
Okay, that's just a good idea. Yep.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
Any other board members' questions? Anyone from the public have any questions on the water rates, sewer rates? Anyone online, Jackie?
No hands raised.
All righty, Matt. Thank you for your presentation, and we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Matt.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks.
All right, next up is a public hearing, discuss and vote on FY '26 non-union classification and compensation plan. Karen, do I have a motion for that?
You do. I just read this. Yeah, to open the hearing. Hearing notice, yes, perfect. To the inhabitants of the town of Reading, please take notice that the Select Board of the Town of Reading will hold a public hearing on May 27th, 2025 at 7 p.m. in the Select Board Meeting Room, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Massachusetts, and remotely via Zoom to approve the FY '26 non-union classification and compensation plans. A copy of the proposed documents regarding this topic will be in the Select Board packet on the website at www.readingma.gov. All interested parties are invited to attend the hearing or may submit their comments in writing or by email prior to 4 p.m. on May 27th, 2025 to town manager at readingma.gov.
Thanks, Karen. And Matt, so this is page 91 in the packet.
Yeah, and Jackie, could you put up the packet for a second, just so we can all see it? Page 91 of the packet. So this was all approved by town meeting. We do this every year. Town meeting makes some adjustments in the budget. There are very few this year. And then they have to be approved after by you because you set the classification plan. So in this case, and you can see, we have it up on the screen, the volunteer coordinator is being added to the plan. That was a position that existed that was paid by ARPA funds. It's a part-time position. We're now making it a permanent position. It's at the senior center and a big help to our senior population. So the request was made, it was put in the budget and approved. The second request was the GIS administrator. That's a title change with more responsibilities. GIS and database administrator now, and that's because he handles all the databases. He started handling all the databases through town. It was more than just his GIS job that he was doing, which he's very expert at. And we wanted to recognize him, so we moved that up into the budget. So those are the only two changes. Sean would be here as well, but he's away. So. Okay.
Thanks, Matt. Board members, any questions? Carlo?
I know town meeting was the place to discuss it, but is it, you said permanent part-time or permanent full-time? Volunteer.
It's part-time, aren't you?
Yes,
yeah. Part-time, yes.
No benefits or anything, right?
No, I think they are eligible for benefits. It's 20 or 21 hours for that position.
Really?
If they work over that amount of hours,
Sure.
eligible for benefits. Yep.
All right. Doesn't seem like enough. Okay.
Yep. That's what it is. So.
Like paid time off.
Vacation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Am I confusing this position with someone, didn't they share a position? Like they were the volunteer
There's the
coordinator and then they also did something else, am I wrong?
Right, the nurse is shared between the health department and the senior center, the public health
Okay,
nurse.
maybe that's what I'm confused.
I think that's what, and that was done through Opera as well. So. Mm-hmm.
Any members of the public? Anyone online, Jackie?
No hands raised on Zoom.
Thanks. All right, Karen, could I get a motion to close the hearing?
Motion to move to close the hearing regarding the FY26 non-union classification and compensation schedules.
Second.
I'm not sure if that was Melissa or Karen. I can go with Karen. All those in favor? 5-0. Can I get a motion to approve the?
Motion to move to approve the FY26 non-union classification and compensation schedules as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now move on to Arbor Day proclamation, page 95 of the packet. Is this Matt or?
Yeah, I'll just say that Chris Cole, our DPW director and assistant DPW director, Mike Kessman is here. Obviously, Arbor Day has passed, but we have that Tree City designation that we get every year. And on the application, a proclamation from the select board is required. There's other activities that we do along with it that we've done. This is sort of the final step. So even though it's late this year because of our meeting schedule, I'd ask that you still proclaim it, and that way we can put it with our application for Tree City designation.
Board members, any questions? Anyone from the public? Anyone online?
No hands online.
Alrighty. Karen, could I get a reading?
Proclamation Arbor Day, whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees, and whereas this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our community, trees in our town increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, beautify our community, and wherever they are planted are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas Reading has been recognized as a Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation for the 40th consecutive year and desires to continue its tree planting ways. Now, therefore, we, the Select Board of the Town of Reading, Massachusetts, do hereby proclaim April 25th, 2025 as Arbor Day in the Town of Reading and urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands and plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations.
Well said.
Thanks, Karen. All right, could I get a motion to proclaim April 25th as Arbor Day?
Motion to move to proclaim April 25th, 2025 as Arbor Day in the Town of Reading.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? 5-0.
Thanks.
Thank you, Matt, Karen.
We have something for you to sign.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, so while we're signing that, we can move on to page 96 of the packet, which is the liaison assignments. So in the packet, I know we see a couple of Melissa changes and Karen Rose Gillis also put in her changes. Was there any updates beyond that? Emails that came in or anything, Jackie?
Nope, this was all I got.
All right, so we can start off discussing this. I will say that the new chair of the Town Forest Committee reached out and gave his remarks of Karen Rose Gillis being the liaison for Town Forest Committee. So he was very happy. I guess you guys spoke previously. So to me, obviously, that's a natural transition from Mark over to you, especially with Jeff, the new chair, making that recommendation. As for all the other changes on here, does anyone have any questions, concerns, comments? Karen? Yes.
Yeah, so have we finished, do we still have a recalc committee and a recalc building committee? Do we still have both of those entities? I think, yeah, okay, so which one do we don't have a plain old recalc anymore, we got rid of it?
Recalc.
Go ahead.
Sorry, recalc Sunset. The board had it sunset last summer, and the permanent building committee is the body that is in charge of that project.
Yeah, that still exists.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so then that leads me to another question. Then do we have a recalc building committee like we have the Kiln School Building Committee, or we just have the permanent building committee? Okay, so there's like two items then that we can take off of our liaisons.
So which one's recal plus what? Oh, there's
The
two.
recalc building committee.
It's duplicated.
Okay, great, yippee. All right. Well, I would love to, I see we have spaces for 2 people on the permanent building committee. I apologize for not sending mine in advance. I would love to serve on that. And actually thank you for clarifying that. And then, so here's the other question I had. So economic development, Karen and Carlo were on there. And in the old days, we had an economic development committee that was done away with. But then we also have a staff liaisons. So really what I'm thinking is, as a select board member, like, we have an economic development director. So if anything, it's really a staff liaison. So if we keep that, we probably would just want to move it. Public Works, Public Library Facilities, Public Safety. Or, I don't know, that was one suggestion. It's a little bit different than those other assignments. It is the Town of Reading, so we don't have a committee, we used to, but now it's just like, do we have a liaison to liaison with our Director of Economic Development? Which is fine. Just throw that out there for the board's consideration.
I think that should be eliminated.
Yeah, I'd weigh in and say that also, since we have a director that has given us pretty regular updates. You know,
Yeah, I think he's coming to the next meeting to give you an update.
Which department is he part of?
He's in public services, which is under Jane's department.
Okay, so we have a liaison of public works, public library facilities, public safety. All right. Well, we don't have a liaison to public services, so I don't know if we need one, but I'm fine with getting rid of this one.
So I think the goal is, Jackie, strike item 9 from up there, because that's the other retail building committee. And then also strike, well, you already did, the economic development one that you put on there. All right, so that's already done. And I do see that we have 2 new requests, the Reading Food Pantry as well as the Eastern Gateway Committee, which is under economic development. So I know, Karen, you were quasi on Eastern Gateway Committee, but is there an actual committee coming before the select board after it gets out of town staff? Because currently it's under town staff, it's town staff led. Will then that transition into a committee that the select board or CPDC might end up creating, or what is the goal for that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The typical run of events is that after this piece of work is done with this grant, if there was to be further movement, there would be a reporting out to the board and then a request to either create a committee to take it to the next step, which might be funding, design, whatever it might be, the funding for the design and so forth. And that would be at the purview of VASC and the board to establish that committee and so forth. But I think that would come from Mr. McNichol and his group right now to request that, or from the manager.
So do we think that we need this or not, or how does everyone feel?
I was gonna say, so we had a net zero project. Was that a quasi committee too? Was that what was the difference between the net zero group and the group that you were just serving on? I'm just thinking, do we treat them the same?
I'm not familiar with the net zero group. I think started, I know, but I think it was before I was assistant town manager. Assistant town manager. Assistant.
She muted the mic in the beginning.
Sorry about that.
You know, the Eastern Gateway, in my opinion, is so important and so long-reaching. You know, I would defer. I'd love to hear Karen's input as to whether, you know, what kind of involvement the select board should have.
So I think it's, right now, we're just meeting briefly and compiling ideas for zoning and things like that. I believe Andrew's coming to the select board to give an update in the next month or two.
I think it's on the future agenda.
Yeah, it's on the agenda, and we had already discussed in the meeting, you know, I'll continue to go, but at some point, it's either gonna be me not being able to go because right now it's like a steering committee, and they're gonna change it possibly to a different kind of committee that I may have to go as in a different role. So I don't know how to answer that. So I'm gonna continue to go, and I don't think it's my job to keep the board updated. It's Andrew's job to keep the board updated until such time that we've made a change for the direction of the group. Does that make sense?
Because I believe we can't serve on any other boards and committees in town. So unless, I think you were on there ad hoc, or how were you?
Someone dropped out, so I joined before I was elected. And so now I just go. I mean, I'm listed as a participant, but I'm not on an official capacity of the select board. We're just exchanging ideas right now.
So I do agree with Karen that obviously the Eastern Gateway is the biggest remaining untapped resource. We've gone over this, completely agree that obviously this needs our attention, but I wonder, does it need our attention now, or I guess I would rely on your, if you're saying that Andrew should be updating us in the interim till it gets there, then perhaps we leave this off
I
till
think
that
we're
happens.
just gonna leave it off for now. I think that would be the best thing, and then once a change needs to be made, we can talk about it again.
Okay. Anyone have any comments on that? All right, so the Reading Food Pantry request, did they make the request, or how did this end up coming before us? How did it get on?
I made a suggestion because I thought with the way things are going now, I think that they're probably, I'd like to be involved to keep tabs on it, because I think that more and more residents are going to have to be using them, and I think that they are going to need some assistance in some way, either just to have someone to talk to that's on the board, or somebody to exchange ideas, or just to keep a pulse of how they're doing before things, you never know what direction things are going to go in, so it's sometimes nice to have somebody to touch base with. That was why I just made a recommendation.
And do they have meetings regularly, biannually, or how do they?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
I do not have meetings, I just don't know how often.
Yeah. I guess it doesn't hurt to obviously hear more about the food pantry. Obviously, I know their lack of funding has come up before in the past with the ARPA money that we supplemented. So it would be good to get an update how things stand now. I'm sure it's just going to get worse every single year. I mean, I don't see it getting better. So I guess if you wanted to be a part of that, I don't have any opposition to doing that. Karen?
Yeah, I was gonna say so I'm looking at these lists, these are all generally official by either the state or local or some other legal entity. Walkable Reading is the only other one I can find on there. There's just like, somebody wanted to be involved at some point in the select board, so somebody, has a role for Walkable Reading, but they're not a 501c, they're just an active group, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of, doesn't matter if they're a 501c, they're literally not under, Walkable Reading has no obligation to the town, and we don't have any oversight, and food pantries the same way, other than being a part of the community. Are you volunteering?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
For Walkable Reading?
No, that's Chris's, sorry.
We're almost there, Ace. After we're done with this discussion, everyone can weigh in. This is why we have.
Asking,
I'll go out of order because it's Ace. So we'll have the public weigh in, Ace, if you want to come up, or just have someone else.
Is Ace on here?
No.
Well, Walkable Reading is Ace, I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking of the ACE committee. The ACE committee needs to be on here. Sorry, it's getting really confusing. Thank you for coming.
Did you want to come up and
Thank you for all
speak,
the
or
walking.
it's up to you? If you want to come up to the podium real quick and just name an address, and I'm sure it will be no longer than 2 minutes. Yes.
Virginia Blodgett, 99 Prescott Street. Former member of Walkable Reading is defunct. We have 3 people here tonight, and my husband Everett and Ace. So you can cross it off your list.
Okay.
We're still kind of in the background, but we're not really doing anything.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, but thank you for coming, because the ACE committee needs to be on this list, right? It's a committee.
Yes, well, that's,
Okay.
it just further highlights why letting the public weigh in on these things and not being all weird about letting them weigh in. It shows that now we can, axe this off and move on. Yes.
The Reading Food Pantry is not under the purview of the town, so I don't think we should have a liaison to it. They can come in here and request
I guess
update
Walkable
us.
Reading was the same way.
Yeah, and that shouldn't have been on there either, but it's just my opinion. I mean, everything here is under the purview of the town. So if we're gonna start going down this road, then we're opening up, I think Reading Food Pantry does great work. There's other organizations in town that do great work, but we don't need a liaison to everything. We already have too many as it is.
So I do agree, and I know Karen has brought this up before, the whole liaison thing, and maybe we can have a discussion with that in a moment regarding the roles that we're supposed to play in all of these. But I think that if Karen Rhodes Gillis is willing to step into this, I think certain things we can kind of make exceptions for. Like I said, we gave ARPA money before. I mean, I understand the road you're going down. I typically am the all or nothing person. We either do it or we don't. But I think if she's willing to do it, and then in the future, if Karen's no longer here and nobody else wants to do it, they don't have to. I guess it's my way of thinking on it. I just know that they've come up in multiple meetings before, as opposed to a lot of items that are on here, like the same thing with celebration committee. That's never been mentioned until I just mentioned it now in my 4 years here. So, but the food pantry's been mentioned a dozen times. So we can kind of get into the scenario where, does that even make sense to have a celebration committee if we never do it, as opposed to the food pantry that always happens? Did you have something, Karen?
Yeah, I can go to the meetings on my own. It doesn't have to be the guise of the select board person. I just think that it's part of the community and it's going to become a bigger part of the community. So if we're not comfortable adding something at this time, I'll just go to the meetings and keep tabs on them and let everybody know during certain times if they may need something. I feel like I don't want us to get into a situation where we're waiting for them to come to us for help. You know what I mean? When it's too late. Like if you can kind of anticipate or be a little more proactive with them, which I don't have to be a liaison, I can still reach out to them on my own, but that was more my intention behind it.
I just think more of the theory of, at the end of this meeting, obviously we have liaison reports, so it's kind of more formal that you are the liaison to the Reading Food Pantry, so therefore it makes sense. Otherwise, I would be just opining on things that I'm not even a part of. You know what I mean? It's more formal and it shows that there's somewhere to reach out and it's more official, you know? And if you're willing to step up and actually do it, as opposed to us axing things off here, I don't see the harm in doing it this time around, so.
I don't see Vask on here either. Is Vask staying the same? Because we had a bunch of entities coming up.
Vask is on there. Select board Vask, right under administrative.
Oh, there it is. Sorry, I was looking for Vask. Okay, good.
I guess we can dovetail into that is, I know Karen and Melissa have served and we've gone over the quasi, can't do 2 years in a row, can't do one scenario. How does everyone feel about VAST this time around?
I'm happy to stay on. Again, I think we changed it so we're supposed to be every other year, correct? Changing one person. So there'll always be a person that did the year before and then you bring in a new person. Wasn't that the change we made?
Correct. Jackie, while we're discussing other items, maybe can you see about the VAST policy that we changed? That had to be about 6 months ago?
Yeah, I think
we
we
changed
made
it to like 3 times a year, we'll open 4 times a year?
Yeah, we tried to do
That sounds right, but I'll bring it up.
I think we also wanted to keep it so there was one person that would repeat and then bring in a new person. I believe that's how it was worded.
I think so.
So I don't really have time to do 4 meetings, so I would like to nominate Melissa to continue.
Okay.
4 rounds of nominations a year is too much.
It's as needed. It's not automatic.
I don't believe that's the policy we approved, but
It's, I think it's more as needed, but at the same time, yes, you must be acquiesced to the 4 times. So even though something might not happen, you have in the back of your mind that it may happen, which might preclude you from going on vacation, things like that. So,
All right, so Melissa and Karen Rose Gillis then.
she added her name to it.
Oh, you did? Okay,
Yes, yes.
thank you.
Yes,
Great,
you're
that'll be
welcome.
good.
Yes.
Great, awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, God. I didn't see that, sorry.
that is how you got secretary. So, Jackie, were you bringing that up? Okay. Just so we can know for the future if that is, I believe Melissa is correct.
We got Commissioner of Trust, nobody volunteered for that mark.
Just 1 sec. So
And Culture Council.
VAST members shall be appointed for staggering 2-year terms to arrange that 1 year shall expire each year. So that's where this happens.
Yeah.
2 consecutive terms, which is how it kind of was before. Okay, so that means Melissa would be exempt from being on the VAST beyond this year.
And wait, where did it say how many times we have to call for volunteers and do all this?
If you want to bring it back up, Jackie, if that's in there.
Thank you.
It is, it's just further down. The process.
Let's see.
Can you make it a little larger?
I think she has to close the preview on the left.
Yeah, here it is. Keep going, yeah.
No, it is true. I remember we changed it
It
quarterly.
says quarterly, yeah.
Oh, does it? Okay.
If needed, like I said, if needed.
Well, we're already getting emails that, oh, you haven't done this in a while, when are you doing it? I guess I'm looking at that now, and we've gone through it for 6 months, and I'm like, that's too wishy-washy. But,
So we
anyway,
can-
that's good.
All right, so
Usually
Karen,
we did one round and sometimes a second catch-up round.
Karen, you're good with the initial round of interviews have to be completed by June 30th. It is a heavy load, multiple meetings, majority are on Zoom, and then there might be some subsequent follow-ups.
Whatever, yeah,
Okay.
all good, thank you.
Melissa's fine with that. Okay. And Carla, what did you just have?
No one put their name for, as far as I can tell, the only two spots, cultural council is another one, sorry, but the commissioner of trusts. You know,
I can do that if nobody else wants it. I know that's not a heavy lift.
I guess
would you want both, because they're both
Oh,
trusts?
what's the other one? Sure,
Veterans.
that's fine, yep, that's fine.
I would prefer to do the Commissioner of Trust Funds because I would like to see if there's any unique ideas we can do with this hospital scenario.
It's fine.
So what other one did you want to take, Karen?
So I'll take the Veterans Memorial Trust Fund Committee.
All right, so if you can put me as trust fund, keep Karen on veteran, Jackie.
Karen H.
Anyone for cultural council? That's blank.
Culture Council on the coalition.
For the coalition too?
I can stay on if I need to, but I was hoping to.
Yeah, I can do the Cultural Council, that's fine.
I can stay on the coalition if I need to. It's not a big deal.
Did you get that, Jackie, that Melissa will say on the coalition?
Oh, okay, that's different,
can
because we're kind
uncheck
of part
her.
of that department now, but that's what it was when they were separate. I mean, yeah. Do you think that needs to still be a separate, or should it just
The
be part of public
coalition?
safety? Yeah.
I don't believe they meet separately, so I think it could all fall under public safety, which Chris and I are on anyway, so it doesn't.
Does the coalition meet separately beyond what we have in there under?
It's not like the public safety departments meet either.
It was like merged with public safety, but it used to be its own entity in a different building, but now it's all one, so I don't really know why we would need that to be separate if you're covering public safety.
Melissa wants conservation, which is just me, so I'm okay with that. If Melissa wanted to take that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is it possible to merge public safety and coalition into one? Just delete the line and it'll be Chris and Melissa. That seems the easiest.
Yeah, gotcha.
Public safety and coalition department. It's probably easier.
It is part of public safety, so.
Yeah.
The Affordable Housing Trust, I think is going to be meeting a lot in the next coming months. So if Karen wants to step up for the next time with me.
So strike Melissa from that.
Which one? Where is it? What?
Affordable housing, you put down Karen.
It's
that
on
you would
here,
do.
I'm still okay with that.
Yeah, are you okay?
Yeah, yep.
So do we need me to someone raise their hand for ACE? I could do that, it looks blank.
Is it up there?
Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, yeah.
Oh, there it
Who added?
Yep.
Add, what's not on this list?
She just
Ad
added
hoc
it. She just added
commemorative
it.
establishments link there.
That's good.
All right, sold to Karen Herrick.
Carlo, is CPA even meeting anymore?
Oh, yeah.
That's good, that's gone. That's good.
I guess in terms,
Oh, sorry.
No,
Are you
good.
gonna stay with the CPA?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess in terms of heavy lifts, obviously the school committee have two members, seems reasonable. RMLD seems reasonable. They have lots of meetings. Do we need to keep And obviously Finance Committee, that's, so I guess in that turn, so Finance Committee, it's Carlo and Karen. Karen Rose Gillis is offering. Does anyone want to swap out or under
I prefer to
Finance?
stay on the finance committee if I could. Okay.
Me too.
Okay.
Well, traditionally it's the chair, but you can decline, obviously.
Yeah. So Finance Committee, strike Karen Rose Gillis from the right column. And then
Board of Assessors is Karen Herrick.
I'm still on the left-hand side. Is that on
You're
the left?
Yeah, the left-hand side, the bottom.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Board of Assessors.
Board of Assessors, Karen Rose Gillis wants to do it.
It's fine. Yep, she can do it.
Change last name. Then Reading Ice Arena Authority has two, Carlo and Karen. Do we need two people on this still, or I don't think they meet enough for any of that to be two people.
So they meet, they don't invite us, or Carlo was privileged enough to get invited. I don't get invited. They need to meet 4 times a year. They have rules.
I didn't go last year once. There wasn't one.
It might have been 2 years ago. You were
I
invited one meeting. You told us, you reported on it. I
in
heard that. I was super jealous.
In 23, 24, it was.
Yeah, no, they really should invite us, but whatever. If they're coming to give us an update, it's fine.
I don't think I've been invited to any meeting.
Formally. Well, they're different because they're a 501c and we have a contractual relationship then, and we have a designee on there, so they're just a little one of those outliers.
So do we want to keep the two people? One,
Yeah, it's
zero?
fine. Two's fine. It was just me and then Karen wanted to do, it's fine, two's fine.
That's on the left-hand side.
So Chris, I would ask you about the Citizens Advisory Board, the RMLD. So that Citizens Advisory Board, it's, I don't know whether, if we have 2 liaisons to RMLD, whether we need a third to go to the Citizens Advisory Board, and I know you are doing that, so it's totally up to you. They literally cover the same stuff in a smaller
Correct.
group, and we have an elected, right, elected or an appointed person serving on there.
So that's
Vivek?
Vivek Soni.
Is he appointed or
right?
elected?
He's not, oh wait, I think I've seen him on the federal ballot before, right?
Elected?
Yeah,
I think he's appointed then. Okay, he's probably
I don't know if he's
appointed.
elected. I don't know.
I think I saw him. I've seen him mentioned on a ballot before.
I can't
Any
remember.
Callie over here, any comment?
Citizens Advisory Board.
I don't know.
Alan, do you have an answer for Vivek, how he's on the RMLD cab? Because I know he's our Reading appointee, but like, I thought he was elected somehow. I've seen elected.
It is elected?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
How long's the term?
He's appointed.
Thank you.
There
Thank
we
you.
go.
Never seen that name on
So
a ballot.
that's kind of another group where we have an appointed designee, like, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, we're all busy, so.
No, I think it makes sense to merge RMLD commissioners and CAB together because they do have the same meeting. And I haven't been,
It is the same
So
content. I
interesting.
bet, it's
yeah,
been
no,
in
I
existence
haven't,
for like
I
30
haven't been in
years
a bit.
now.
I watch a lot of their meetings after the fact because they started like 6:30 or something, so
I mean,
that's.
anybody
too
can
early.
go. It's a public meeting.
Correct, yeah. So if you want to merge RMLD commissioners and CAB together, anybody want to do that other than Karen? We can do 2 or none, or it doesn't need to,
Doesn't
but
need to. Can it have 2? Okay, Melissa, you were on it. You don't want to do it anymore?
No, if we
Okay.
could step back from that one, that would be great.
Okay.
so just put the 1 next to RMLD commissioners and CAB and have it be Karen H.
So I was like, do we need to have CAB on this list?
And CAB, I put and CAB.
I know, do we need it at all?
I think it has to be kind of highlighted that there is a consumer, they're part of RMLD. So I think it's warranted to at least have it in there because it's the same meeting.
Okay.
But it just looks nicer that we have less. So. All right, moving on to the right-hand column, we have Council on, up a little more, Jackie. Council on Aging, 1 or 2, Karen and Mark, so that's Karen and Karen Rose Gillis, yes? Okay. Board of Health, you got 2, Rec, 1 or 2, says Carlo, anyone else? Custodian of soldiers and sailors' graves.
I've been to a ton of those. Oh, yeah.
I quiz you on how often they meet, but.
Yeah, once every 5 years, I guess.
All right, so we'll move on to community development, so economic development. We just struck that.
Yeah.
MAPC is Karen, CPDC, Melissa and Carlo. Zoning Board of Appeals is Melissa. Anybody else want to get on that? No. Karen? No? All right. Historical, Carlo. Historic District Commission, Chris says new.
Why does it say new?
Don't think it was new.
It's not new.
So I sat in on their meetings before, so it's not new.
At least 2 years.
At least 2 years.
Just one person, yeah.
All right. Conservation, Melissa. Did that used to be Mark? Is that why? It's just you?
No, it was me.
Scarlett.
Oh, all right. Housing Authority, Karen.
Be Karen RG going forward.
No, I thought you wanted to do it.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
I mean, you could do 2 if you both want to do
It's
it.
fine. Do you want to both do it? That's fine. Yep.
All right,
Okay.
we'll go with 2 Karens. And change the number to 2. Public safety, squared it away. Permanent building is Karen and Melissa. Library, Karen and Carlo. Pair was Mark, is now Karen Rose Gillis. Public Works, Karen. Board of Cemetery, me. Trails, Karen. Town Forest is now Karen Rose Gillis. Food Pantry, Karen Rose Gillis. Does this look good?
And we got Ace on there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's up there, select board. Okay, got it.
Any other questions, comments on this?
Can we get this update on the website? Select board page? When the dust
Time
settles?
permits. And I guess, Karen, did we want to go over the expectations on this? I know we always dance around the subject every year of what our expectations are on this, but it's up to you if we want to go any further or just keep it how it always has been. I guess I can say what you're saying is, and we can be in agreement, that I think that beyond the select board, it's a heavy lift to be on all these boards and committees. And the expectation is for us to always attend these meetings in person. And I don't think that any of us have been meeting that kind of bar.
I never set that expectation.
All right, so I'm putting it out there that I guess that what we should expect is to make whatever meetings that we can within reason. That doesn't mean that we don't appreciate the various boards and committees, but if a chair always has a pressing issue, they can always come to us if they need our intervention or they want to share that they think something's going over budget or something's happening in the town forest that we need to address. So just kind of put
Something
it,
on our agenda, they want to put something on a town warrant.
so
It's
just
something
kind
we can
of,
reach out to out of the 5 of us.
but just put it out there that the expectation is to make meetings whenever possible where time permits. But that does not take away from the fact that we obviously care about all these volunteers in town. Melissa.
And you may just want to reach out to the chair of the boards and committees, just so they're aware that you're the select board liaison and you're their point person, that's all.
Yeah, because a lot of these meetings we can't make in real time. It's easier to watch them back in 1.5 speed on YouTube. I mean, that's so much easier, at least for me, to see and learn from things. So just making things in real time seems more difficult these days than in past. So the expectation is to not always attend them, just do your best. Not just with you, with all of us. So, all right. Anyone from the public, anything on this? Taylor?
Taylor Gregory, Chair of the ACE Committee. I just wanted to remind you guys that you have David Monahan serving as your liaison, as well as the other Monique and Eddie D serving as your liaisons. Just wanted to remind you.
Thanks. Jeff?
Just name and address to. Jeffrey Clarm, Ridge Road. 2 comments. One is you had asked the Reading Housing Authority number to be changed to 2, and Jackie didn't quite get that. And also she was highlighting RCTV Board of Directors and Cultural Council. Did not get that one.
Yep.
All right, so Jackie, Reading Housing Authority has a 1 next to it. It's going to get changed to a 2. And then RCTV was good with Melissa, but Cultural Council, we still need somebody for.
I thought Karen said.
Karen, which Karen was it?
I put KH, so I put.
Okay, it's Cage.
Yeah, it's.
All right, so Cultural Council. Thank you, Jeff.
And I'm sorry, which one needed to change to a 2?
The Reading Housing Authority on the right, Karen Herrick and Karen Rose Gillis is a 1 currently, so just.
Got it, thank you.
Jeff notices periods, exclamation points, and this, so thank you, Jeff. Anyone else from the public? Online? Seeing nobody? We're all good with this? Final answer? All right. Where are we in this?
Charge for.
Master plan.
Yes, discards for charge for master plan committee, page 97. So page 97 of the packet. So Melissa and I, right, and Matt, Jane?
Yep.
You and Jane, or just you?
Talking about meeting with CPDC.
With Heather.
Yeah, I was
The
certainly,
chair.
I think Jane too, right?
Yeah,
No, we
No,
did.
this was on the prior meeting where we met with Heather, Clish.
No, I
Okay,
wasn't.
so that was Matt was part
there,
of that.
and I forget who else, but yeah. Right, so,
Okay, I came in at the end of it.
oh, that's.
Yeah, so essentially what happened in that meeting, we were discussing the charge, how it should be created under either the select board, CPDC, a joint of the select board and CPDC. I think the general consensus was that the select board and CPDC should be obviously heavily involved. Heather briefly mentioned that that CPDC, she didn't think that all 5 members would want to serve on the board. So we have to take that into consideration on the charge that we would create. So that's not to say that they wouldn't, but understand that obviously the master plan committee is a heavy lift compared to, I mean, it's a 300-page document that was in here. That's more of a heavier lift, and CPDC sometimes meets for 4 or 5 hours longer than us. I mean, they meet once a month, but they have to deal with litigation and all these other scenarios. So obviously a heavy lift for the 5 members. So Heather mentioned that it might not be all 5. So we have to take that into consideration on the makeup that we want to do for the committee.
What did she recommend? 1 or 2?
I don't think she had, I think the way that we left it off is she was going to discuss it briefly at the next CPDC meeting, which already would have happened, as well as have a more formal discussion on her next one. I think that was the case.
Yeah.
Yes. So that can kind of guide us in the direction that we want to handle this, because we make, the old one was 17. For some reason, I thought we were doing 13. We're assuming 5 CPDC members. Now we can cut that back. Was there anything else, Matt, from that meeting? Kind of those were the takeaways, right?
Yeah, those were the takeaways. I think she said that she sent an email saying she did discuss it briefly at CPDC, and I think she had recommended maybe a steering committee, like a smaller committee, because the other committee would be larger. But she was going to talk about it more formally at her June meeting, which will happen in June. But that's about all I have on.
Oh, I do remember. We also discussed the funding mechanism.
Right.
Because town meeting, and is it you, Carlo? Over here, that why are we not combining the master plan and separating it from the facilities master plan? And I believe Andrew was looking at grants and maybe seeing if we can somewhat combine things in the interim, maybe a portion, because they're going to kind of mix in together.
Yeah, and I know we're certainly looking at grants. Yeah.
Yeah, so the way that it looked was that town meeting approved it, but that's in FY27. So we still have time to see how we can do a funding thing, how it would look on this end to maybe kind of save some of the 200, 300 grand?
I think it was 200, it's in the capital plan.
Yeah, so maybe seeing what we can do, because obviously the facilities master plan is greatly important. But we understand that some of that has to be in our master plan. So how we can save some portion of the funding and not be duplicative in our thing.
If I may.
Yes, Jay.
Usually it's in the opposite direction. A master plan, official master plan tells you to do a facilities plan. So the facilities plan is an integral part of your whole package for your town, but your master plan can tell you, go do this plan. So it's more like it's the opposite. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's a part of the overall vision of the community.
Okay.
Carlo, yes.
So I know we have to wait until November town meeting to ask for funding. But when I was chair, I envisioned this starting maybe over the summer, being optimistic, but more, now it looks like more like fall. So to me, fall is early fall, September, October, and then late fall is November, December. So can we start this committee without funding, or is that not recommended?
You could.
Since we don't need a consultant meeting one,
Right.
or meeting
Yeah.
two, with organize and.
Yeah, you could, I think you could start meeting, the consultant is where the money comes in, and that's, about $200,000. But I mean, you could start talking about it as for the need of a master plan and whatnot. But the funding piece would have to be put together later.
But we're putting the cart before the horse if we form the committee and the town meeting says no.
We've done things like that before, formed committees and brought it to town meeting, but it's up to you.
I think the biggest hurdle in this is finding out what we have to do for the composition of the committee. I think that's going to take another meeting or two because CPDC is going to do their thing. That's kind of where I think we're at, and then we're in the July, and then Andrew's submitting grants. I think we might know. I think he mentioned 80 grand possibly. I mean, that would help steer things in that direction. But I know it makes, to Carla's point, it doesn't make sense to start the committee without knowing the funding mechanism, because that's going to kind of lead where they're going, to be able to stay on, not on topic, just don't expend time and resources that they may or may not have to do. So I think it's kind of, like I said, first we got to find out what we have to do for the makeup for the committee, see what CPDC says, how they feel, and then go from there. And if we form something, we do, we don't, just going to see what we want to do for the makeup and the charge. Because that we can handle. Melissa?
Can you explain a steering committee before the committee? How would that work? We're gonna.
It was just an idea to have, because the committee is so large and it may be, a burden on a lot of people to meet. She had suggested possibly an executive or steering committee that meets regularly, more regularly than the full committee, and then they divide up tasks.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood. So the steering committee would just be members of the full committee?
Yes, members of the full committee, that is sort of like an
I
executive.
thought we were talking about doing a smaller committee to form the bigger committee. That's why I was
It's
like,
part of,
I don't understand.
like I said, it was just an idea, but that's. Yeah.
Really makes sense.
All right, so I guess let me go back to what this was actually about. So this is discussing the charge for master plan committee. So do we have a charge yet? How do we feel about the makeup? Are we waiting for CPDC to see how they feel, or?
Well, yeah, we got who's doing the charge? Is it jointly? Is it them? Is it us?
I believe it was a joint, just the feeling I was getting from
Yeah,
this.
I think it should be joint, because ultimately CPDC has to vote on the master plan. We found legally that they'll be the ones to vote, so we want to include them as much as possible, so.
So I guess we need another, I wonder if we have to have a joint meeting with CPDC or just to discuss how we want this handled, or if Heather comes back from the next meeting. Is their agenda out yet? Do they have another one coming up?
I haven't seen it.
I
I'm
didn't
not
see it
sure
for
if
this
they
week.
can meet, but she had said that she was going to discuss it at the June meeting.
They're probably definitely meeting in June.
She said we'll discuss bringing it to the June meeting. Yeah. And then, start reviewing the 2020 the 2005 plan, which I know a lot of people have already, but, so.
All right, so I guess we'll put a pin in this until CPDC has that meeting. Is that how everyone feels? How we should handle things?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I think their next meeting may be June 9th. Does that sound right?
Is that a Monday?
Yes, that is a Monday.
So that happens before our June 10th meeting, so I guess we can kind of future agendas depending upon what CPDC's actual discussion takes place. Maybe none of them want to do it, then we're in a pickle.
I'll make sure to attend it or watch it before our meeting.
All right, and you can provide an update for then, and we can have an agenda item if it pertains to something that can be
Yeah. Well,
substantively
our agenda
discussed.
will be made already, so just leave it vague, I guess.
Okay.
Again.
Well, I guess it depends on what Heather has on the agenda. If it's on there, then
Yeah.
we'll go from there.
Okay.
Anyone from the public on the master plan committee want to volunteer? Everett, you look like you want to say yes. You're shaking no? Okay. All right.
That's right, they're not gonna make 251.
250, all right. Challenge accepted. Anybody online, Jackie, for discussion on the master plan committee?
I don't see any hands raised.
All righty. So we'll leave it at that, see what happens with Heather and CPDC in the future. So next up would be discuss our CTV contract renewal. Do we need a couple minute break before this, or how does everyone feel? I could use the bathroom.
I'd be good with a break.
All right.
Wonderful.
Perfect. So we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll be right back. It's 9:06 and it's 9:14. I get more minutes. Oh, Karen's back. Wait 5 seconds. All right, we are back in session, 8:15 when it's really 9:15. Discuss RCTV contract renewal, page 99 of the packet. Matt, did you have something to lead off on this, or?
Yeah, I'll just say that this is common. RCTV has a grant agreement with us. It was last signed by the former town manager 5 years ago. It expires at the end of the fiscal year, which is the end of June, so it's coming up quick. So you all have it in your packet. You see what it entails in terms of duty to televise certain shows and whatnot. A lot of it is legalese. But without that grant agreement, they can't operate in our interest. So we need, I wanted some direction on which way you want to go with it. I can certainly do negotiating, but I wanted to bring it to the board's attention to just, discuss it. And if it is to be signed or extended, we'll be back to another meeting to do that. So.
Is Ivrea online? I know she sent us a memo outlining a couple things that gave me pause, but did we?
She's not, no, I don't believe she's on Zoom tonight.
So because her memo is privileged, I mean, obviously we can break privilege if we so decided.
Right.
I guess I want to do that without the full board wanting to go ahead and do that. But I know that, I will say that she outlined a memo to us that included various options. And if we wanted to go over her memo, we can, or if we prefer not to, we can go other ways. Because typically Ivrea is on and she lays out our options and we go over it that way. That's how this has been done in the past.
Just reviewing it to see. Like what?
It's nothing sensitive from what I
I
read.
didn't think so, but that's why I was just looking quickly to confirm. I agree,
In terms of the sensitivity, I would say, if I had to comment on that, I would say that the Comcast scenario that she discusses probably is sensitive. That shouldn't get discussed if I had to kind of weigh that option. Everything else, I think, is fair game, but the Comcast angle that was in there is problematic.
I mean, it is privileged. I checked with her. Obviously, you could waive the privilege, but oftentimes I'd go back to her and say, could you outline it in a way that would be fit for public dissemination? And she's able to do that. With this document, I think she prepared it in anticipation of contract negotiations. So, some of that information she probably would want out there. So I could do that, and we could, I can come back to you with that. But essentially, you have the option to renew the contract. If you don't, there's an option to, the town could, and it would be sort of a heavy lift, start doing this ourselves. Other towns do that. You could put out an RFP for services for other vendors out there that would be able to provide the service. So there are options, but I think, fundamentally, if you had some sort of direction on this, I could take it from there. I can get you more information from legal. We can do what we want. But I remember the last time it was negotiated. It was Bob had handled it mostly himself with RCTV, and it wasn't really an extended process. I don't think it was, a day, but it took a little bit of an extension on it, I think, and then it was done. So
I think what Ivrea outlines in there is going to make it extremely complicated, regardless of the scenario that we would go down anyway. It just seems like things have to be renegotiated beyond what's already in the contract. So it's more than just a simple onesie-twosie with any vendor or RCTV for that matter.
Okay.
So maybe we skip Ivrea's memo scenario, even though I've kind of alluded to some of the stuff, and just kind of focus on anything else but what she said can be the discussion on this. Did you have something, Carlo?
Yeah, I have a question. I don't know if you guys know. Would an RFP include, could another cable access community, could we partner, let's say, with Wakefield, Wilmington, an adjoining town?
There are towns like that, yeah, that they do, it's like an intermunicipal agreement, yeah.
So that's allowed.
That's allowed. I mean, we could really do it any way we wish, you know, it's just that we want to have that sort of direction.
Correct. I just wanted to make sure that common sense says yes, but I just want to.
Yeah.
Who would get priority, right? If we did that, I guess, if to be spelled out.
Yeah. There's
Wakefield, let's say, as an example, next door, and they have a studio. You know, we no longer have a studio, or currently we don't have a studio. Currently, RCTV does not have a studio.
Right.
Where before they did. I don't know if Wakefield or Wilmington or Stoneham has studios because we used to use the studio.
I think
they have some space that they
have space. I'm not sure if it's conducive to the way that it was before. Obviously, it's significantly downsized, but I believe they still have what would be described as a studio, but not with the amount of space that, you know, we've been accustomed to.
Yeah, because whatever direction we go, I think having access to a studio for our residents and for us and for forums and for more interaction with the town, because currently, yeah, the school does their stuff, and they record meetings, but in the past year and a half, 2 years, since they moved, let's put it that way, since they moved, the RCTV that we knew no longer exists because of the space. So, and that has affected, in my opinion, services that we used to get that we don't get at all. So whatever direction we go in, to me, that's a key part. Whether we take it over, we partner with someone else, or we keep them, that a studio has to be in the mix, just so we can serve the public better. Because right now the public is not being served. Mm-hmm. That's where I stand.
Other board members?
Do we have anyone here from RCTV that'd like to talk to us? You raise a good point. We never really got an update on the move and how things were gonna change, and so I would admit I've never seen their new facilities and I'm out of the loop. And I knew they would be considerably smaller. I don't disagree with Carlos' comments about having access to studio is nice. I'd love to know what facility has been provided at the school as well, because I understand there's courses being held there too. That would help us balance how much space we need or we might ask our provider to have available.
So there will be public comment at the end of our discussion, but yes, if you are a member of RCTV,
I am on the board of directors.
then yes, then just name and address, please.
That's the only reason why.
Yes, no?
Okay, to the short person. My name is Kathy Crook. I'm on Pleasant Street. I'm actually the treasurer of the board of directors. I have been the president of the board of directors. In fact, I negotiated the prior contract with Bob, and Matt was in the room, as was Jane 5 years ago. We chose to downsize as a cost saving. But we looked at all options. We have a studio available to us in the high school that we created, we staff, we have all the equipment in it. So we have that studio available. There are rooms at both the current senior center and the library that are fibered so that we can have anything in there. And in fact, one of the recent forums was at the library and it was seamless. When we were making the decision to temporarily downsize, that's what it is a temporary downsize. We knew that we looked at the way RCTV had been used by the public since the pandemic. And the reality is with Zoom and even people having their own cameras, the public was using us less. And so we had a lot of space that was not being accessed. Being more or less available to the public, we've always been available. It's been their choice.
She's fine.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Jane's always on.
I'm not sure if there are any specific questions that you want. That goes beyond the 2 minutes.
I guess Karen's question and Carlos is the studio space thing. I know you just mentioned that it's temporary downsizing or not. Does RCTV have a studio space that's conducive to the public being able to use, or is it just offices there? What does the space actually look like?
The new space on Main Street is offices.
Okay.
And for equipment rental, to hold the equipment
Yes.
that the town can come in and, but like I said, we use the high school studio and we have access to that through the high school. The school committee has allowed us after school full access until I think there's like 8 or 9 at night or something like that.
Carl.
So it's a fully functioning studio. So if someone wanted to do a show on a Saturday, would that be allowed?
We would be able to find space for it. Whether you could do a full studio shoot at the library. You could do in the community room. You could do a full studio shoot at the senior center. You could do that.
Okay.
Anyone else have questions for Kathy?
Oh, another quick question, sorry.
Yeah.
How long, you said temporarily downsizing. So how long is your lease on Main Street?
Oh, I'm not 100% sure. 3 years? 3 years.
As of last year, 24?
We moved in September.
So this September will be a year. Okay, so, and then in 2 more years from this September, you'll reevaluate to upsize?
Obviously, before the 2 years up.
Yeah, you know what I mean. You said,
Yes, we will evaluate whether we need more space, different space, or the same space for maybe another 3 years. And it really depends on the public's, what they want from us.
yeah.
What the town wants from us.
Right.
Because
No, I agree. And COVID changed a lot. You're right. COVID changed everything. Never mind a lot. COVID changed everything and how you operate. But I remember turning on the channels. There was always content. Always content. Whether it was pre-recorded, live, kids, adults, cooking shows. There was always different kinds of content. Interviews. And now there's almost zero content other than the kids. So that's what I mean by resident use and resident access.
right, any person who wants to develop a program can at any point. All those that you mentioned, the cooking shows, that was entirely resident directed, resident run. It was not RCTV running the show.
No, I understand it. It was a lot easier because you had a studio and a kitchen. That's what I mean. It was a lot easier.
But that's true. But since the people who wanted or desired a cooking show no longer desired it before, nobody came to us and said, I'd like to do another cooking show.
That's an example. That's an example. Yeah.
Right. Almost all of the churches have kitchens available. We could arrange anything and help residents create their own shows.
Right. I'm just looking for more proactiveness where I haven't seen it, that compared to other communities, they're very proactive and very involved. And whether you blame COVID or not, if you go to other communities, their cable access is a lot more active and engaging than ours. That's without a doubt. You can't even question it. So that's what's disappointing. And I'm not pointing fingers.
No, I know.
But it's a reality. And I think as a community, you can say, you know, so-and-so can request this, so-and-so can request that. I know, but what kind of outreach has RCTV done since they've moved their space to say, you know what, we're still around. We can still do this. Maybe you did. I haven't seen any. But I think we need a robust, active community. If we're going to keep RCTV as it is, we need to change things around because it's not going well, in my opinion. And this is nothing pointed at anyone individually, but the direction of RCTV lately has not been positive. It's kind of been just coasting and just doing nothing, really, in my opinion. No fundraising, no proactiveness. You know, I think the community wants that. They don't want just recorded meetings. They want to see their kids on TV. They want to see interviews. They want to see whatever. I don't know.
Melissa.
Thank you. First off, I want to thank everyone that is on the board thank you for being here.
Excuse me, you gonna have a question for me?
No, you can sit down.
Okay.
Yep, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you and I just want to thank everyone here from the RCTV board for coming tonight. I do appreciate that. I am going to be honest, and I'm very disappointed that the executive director is not here, Phil. I think it would have been important for him to be here tonight. I think RCTV is extremely important to our community. I think they do a fantastic job at the high school. And I am I've been very disappointed over the last year or so of how things have happened. One, I think, big miss was election night. Not broadcasting that to our residents was a big miss and a big mistake. And I don't know exactly why that happened, but that was a big miss. I think as, like Carla mentioned, other communities and how their cable TV works for their residents is much more robust than ours is. We need to be having live streaming for our residents on their TV, not on YouTube, not on Facebook, because not all the elderly residents can see that. I got 2 messages today, I think, when some residents in town saw that RCTV was coming up tonight, and I believe it's Comcast that hasn't been working, correct? I think it was Comcast that's not working. And it wasn't until like 7:30 tonight, I think, or something along those lines. So I don't know if this is individual TV's issues. I am uncertain of that. I don't pretend that I know the backs of that, but we're clearly having some issues. And it's really disappointing that Phil did not come tonight for this meeting. I think it was very important for him to be here and listen to the feedback. But I do appreciate all of you being here.
Anyone else? Karen?
So I think it's important to realize that, and it happens in a whole bunch of different aspects of our lives, that I don't think and I'm new to this whole thing, so don't quote me at all, but from an outside's point of view, you can't force a horse to drink or dog to drink. So I don't think it's necessarily their responsibility. They have a part to do in it, in encouraging people to use their services, but sometimes people just don't know that they can use their services. So I think cooking shows would be great, but nobody really knows that that they have that opportunity anymore. And so I think that the town itself has to take part in advertising and promoting it. I don't think that we can leave it all up to RCTV to magically encourage residents to start saying, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. I think it's very hard to get people to volunteer to do things. Time, as we've all said, time is really difficult. And I think that they provide so many things to this community that I think that we can do better as a community or as a board to try and encourage them and help them figure out how to fix it. I don't think it's hard enough, and I don't even have cable at home, and I watch everything on Netflix or YouTube, and I think things have changed, but I do believe that the town should participate in the rejuvenation of RCTV, even if it's for 6 months to see how things shake out, to help them manage this kind of tricky time. So.
Can I
Melissa, yes.
So I think yes and no, but I think that
Phil Rushmore, who leads RCTV, needs to do more. And one perfect example is thank you for standing up tonight and telling us your availability on space. But I know that when I was reaching out as a candidate and asking Phil to do something that RCTV has done years and years and years of candidate forums, he told me that there was no space available. But clearly that's not true. So I think my vote is that they need a new board of or executive director for RCTV. I don't have any confidence that he's going to bring RCTV to where it needs to be, and 100%. We as a town need to support this because it is a huge asset to this town, but I have no confidence that Phil is that person.
Anyone else have any before my follow-up?
I can just add to Melissa's comments. I requested meetings last year with Phil as chair, and he did not meet with me once. Just to give you guys an idea over an issue that we were having. And instead of bringing it to the public, I wanted to do it internally with Matt, and Phil refused to come. He sent a board member on his behalf. So if that's going to continue, that's not acceptable. So just to piggyback off what Melissa said.
Thanks, Carlo. Karen, yes, sorry.
So I don't disagree that times have changed, and I know I've completely converted over to the YouTube channel, and I love it, although the searching could be a little better. It's great, and it's critical to our community for accessibility and what have you. You know, it's interesting that I'm just listening to your comments and I'm thinking in my head, I've raised similar concerns about the Burbank board, and it's also a 501c. It's an important part of this community, and I haven't gotten any support from the board members. So, you know, I don't want to go off topic, but I hear your concerns, and when I bring these up in the future on other topics, I would love some support. I mean, I think what I hear the board saying is that times have changed, and we'd like to see RCTV take a good look at maybe what is the future for public access television. And I was glancing at Wilmington. I've heard rave reviews about Wakefield and Wilmington, but I'm not intimately familiar with them, so I couldn't really tell you what the differences are. I mean, Phil's not the only one running the studio. Who's the other woman who's been there for many years?
Angela Merrill's the deputy director.
Okay,
over there.
so I mean, I don't. This isn't like, it's not. Let's not just pile on Phil tonight. But it's an organization. I appreciate the board members coming tonight, and this is a critical asset for our community. But and I would like, as a select board, to support whatever innovations you feel you need to do to respond to the place where we are now and what people need for community access television. And I do see in these other two communities there is studio space. Looks a heck of a lot smaller than what we used to have, and I don't recall this being designed into the Recal Center.
No.
But we do have an extra building now, so I mean, I wouldn't be
That
in.
was going to be on
Okay.
my idea.
Okay, all right.
Throwing it out there.
You know,
on
I
Recal
value
discussion.
everything these guys have done. I think, you know, they're hearing some of the concerns from the board. I would not be in favor of doing anything drastic right now. I think it is important to have the conversations, though, when we are getting called from residents that we have an issue, and not ignore them.
Thanks, Karen. I will bring up Wilmington in a moment. But for me, I have the luxury, or not luxury, however you look at it, of being an IT person. So my entire life has been technology. Since my first computer, getting a 14.4 modem to a 28.8, I was like over the moon in those kind of scenarios. So any kind of tech stuff that someone tries to pass off on me or something, I've been doing this for, 25, 30 years. I have my own IT company, security. So I know a little bit more about certain topics than other ones. I'd like to know that I know more than the average person, not just in media, but anything technological related. But I know when I see a company that has lost its leadership, because I've somewhat got to the point with my own where I've let the town stuff dip into that as well, and my own company suffered. And I can acknowledge that. And it's not easy for me to say, because you would think, like, you spent a decade doing this, and now why? But the answer to that is because I want to do it, and my heart is in it. I don't think Phil's heart's in this anymore. It hasn't been for a long time. And to Carlos' point, Phil did meet with me, as well as Chris Cridler, chair of their board as well. But my interpretation is that the leadership there, from the executive director to the chair of their board, is not going in the right direction. We have no control over who they hire, who fires, things like that. But I mean, there's a problem. And I kind of get the sense where all of a sudden this is shifting from something that I thought it wouldn't be to kind of the board being in agreement on something. And that's when you know there is a real problem in Reading, when the five of us are kind of on the same page, maybe more so than others, but that is very rare. And if things can make us come together on something like this, someone's got work to do. But my overarching thing is I have cable myself. My wife likes to watch Below Deck, watch all these other shows. It's so much easier for her to do it that way. And like I mentioned in the onset, Rob from RCTV has been here since 2016. He's outlasted town managers. He will probably outlast me, whatever scenario transpires. He's been a staple here. I don't want to take offense to rename RCTV to Rob CTV, but he's been here day in and day out at all of our meetings. And Phil cannot walk into this room. There's no excuse. You got to fight for your company. You know what I mean? Like, beyond saying that you need more money at town meeting, how it was mentioned, more funding. 2 years after the lease is going away, we're going to reevaluate. The PEG money has been going in one direction, south. And I said this to Phil and Chris Cridler, the chair of their board, that the PEG money is only going in one direction. And you cannot expect a bailout from the town of Reading or from the state to change your PEG fees to encompass the cord cutters, to be on cable modems and Verizon Fios, and try to bail yourself out that way. The other point that I brought up in our joint meeting together is fundraising. It was pointed out by Nancy Doctor that she's a member of RCTV. That's fantastic. Do you know the last time that you heard about being a member of RCTV was ever? With Nancy Doctor mentioning it just now. That is a problem. It's not on RCTV's Facebook page. I was given excuses why they can't do fundraising. You can't spend $3,500 to make $4,200. Yes, you can. I don't have to tell you this, that you have to do it. You do one fundraiser a year, which is the casino night. They haven't done anything else. And when I brought it up and said, what have you done for fundraising in the last 365 days? They said the casino night. And I said, you're wrong. That was done in 23, not in 24. So they can't even get that straight. So they want to sit here and ask for money when they haven't asked for money from the public, as far as I can tell, in the last year. I don't want to go back and make the determination that it's been since infancy. But it is crystal clear that a change has to be made over there to get this into the next level. I know, Kathy, unfortunately, you're falling on your sword by showing up here, and you shouldn't have to. It's, personally, it's ridiculous. And Phil gets paid as an executive director. I don't know what his salary is. I can assume it's $100,000. I could be way off, but he gets paid and he's not here. And you don't get paid. It's a volunteer, and you had to sit up there and listen to everyone's questions as well as my criticism right now. Because the way that my mindset works is I hear things, I process, I counter immediately as people are saying things, play it out in my head, scale it out multiple moves ahead to see who's going to counter me back and say. All of that is going on. So when I hear that you moved because of cost savings, that makes sense to me, because that was brought up in the meeting with Phil, Matt, Chris, Melissa couldn't make it. That was brought up that's one of the fundraising that they did. That was cutting costs from moving, obviously, from the super expensive space to the lower cost thing. That is not fundraising. That's called running your company and seeing what the forecast looks like and making a good decision. So it was a good decision for him to downsize, to go to a smaller building. But the problem with that is, while RCTV was doing that in June-ish of last year, which you wouldn't know because it was never mentioned on their Facebook page or in social media or anywhere, even on their website, they never said they moved. The only way the public moves to this day to know, other than the address at the bottom of their page, was an Instagram post from the Reading Rotary Club mentioning RCTV was having a sale on equipment or whatever they were doing there back in September. That wasn't even on RCTV's page to begin with. And you can look at it now, and that should not be acceptable in our town, that this kind of thing just is just status quo. Like, we can't accept this kind of wanting people to bail people out when you have to be innovating. So tying it back to my point of RCTV was moving back in June. Do you know what Wilmington was doing back in June of 2024? Because the cost savings makes sense. Listening to the public and the uses, I understand people might want to do cooking shows. They move on, the person there, I agree with you. But what Wilmington was doing back in June of 2024 is they were renovating and redesigning a state-of-the-art podcasting thing in their studio for people to use. That was in June of 2024. So the cooking area, et cetera, at the old RCTV could have been done into a podcast thing, whenever it was, other rooms, those things could have been advertised. But Wilmington Community Television is doing that. And if you go to Wilmington's website right now, and you click right on their homepage, you scroll down, and it shows they've had 70 plus podcasts recorded. Like, I don't have to look and venture out for the data to know 70 plus podcasts recorded. Since June of last year, something worked. You have to be innovating. Wilmington also is doing their graduation, as well as Shawshank Tech's graduation. RCTV is covering ours. It's fantastic. The difference is that Wilmington, since last year and this year, is offering drone footage, a compilation of all the various students that want to sign on, have their parents sign up. It's like $120, and they'll cut and put together an entire video based off this person's graduation. Another way that they're generating funding from Wilmington Community Television that we are not doing. What we're doing is dialing it in, packing it in, and just doing the same old, we are live streaming the graduation. Congratulations, you made $0 off that. While Wilmington is getting who knows how many people to sign up for that. It's exploring. I spent an hour or two going down a rabbit hole on Wilmington's page the other day when somebody brought it up. And I just got more and more dejected each and everything that I saw that they were doing. It is a travesty in this town for the lack of what RCTV is doing with innovation or anything else for that matter. Karen Unstone speaking. Thank you. The comparison is I wrote down the statistics because I care about analytics and all those kind of things. That's within my wheelhouse. That Reading has double the amount of subscribers as Wilmington Community Television. So RCTV has 3,500 subscribers. Wilmington has only 1,400. RCTV has double the amount of videos. They have 4,100 compared to Wilmington that has 2,300. So RCTV is leading the way in more subscribers and more videos. But in the last 30 days, because that's the only metric that I can use, Wilmington has 15,000 views on their channels compared to RCTV only having 8,000. There's a problem. We can't sit here and kind of go with peer communities and see what others are doing, and there's no barometer. But Wilmington gets the same, if not like 10 grand less. Their PEG thing I looked, their numbers going down to 500,000 in the next year or two. I think it's 530,000 now. It's on par with the way that Reading receives funding. Wilmington has this massive studio in some industrial park. The thing is huge, bigger than RCTV's original studio. I'm not sure how they pay for it. I didn't delve that much into it. But like I said, just clicking on all the various tabs right now, if you go to wctv.org, at the top right,
How is this about the contract renewal?
because I've been outlining the entire reason why I don't have faith in this leadership. They're not innovating. That is how it pertains to the contract renewal. So if you go to RCTV, if you go to Wilmington Community Television right now and click on the top right, it shows the live tab. You can go and actually see what's live on television right now on your web browser. You don't need to have social media, YouTube, Facebook. Comcast wasn't working earlier today for RCTV. Now it is, but it wasn't working earlier. Who knows the reason for that? But you can go to their page and immediately, and like Karen mentioned, she wished the search worked better. I agree. On YouTube, the search for everybody is horrendous. Go to Wilmington's page, click on the live view, and you tell me how difficult it is. They have every select board meeting, school committee, town meeting, podcast. They're doing like some behind the scenes thing of all the sports teams they have. They're doing anything and everything. Like I said, I just got more dejected looking at what they're doing compared to what we should have here. There's no reason we can't. Same amount of funding. It's just that someone doesn't have it in them to do it anymore. It's rather unfortunate. And like Melissa had mentioned also, the election coverage that didn't happen. I was sitting in Cafe Capri wanting to find out the election results. We were trying to find it on the channel or whatever, and it wasn't there. And people are asking, where's RCTV? Where's this? I'm like, I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's happening. And come to find out, they weren't covering the election. And I had brought this up to Matt because I saw a post, I believe by Stephen Crook mentioned on here, that the Castos device failed. And that's the reason why their live streaming couldn't work and why they weren't able to broadcast the election live like they have in the past. And once again, like I said at the onset of this meeting, I've been doing this practically my entire life knowing technology. So when I saw that answer, I reached out to Matt and said, something doesn't sound right here, because they easily could have gone live on YouTube themselves. They use OBS, which is how I live stream certain things. They use the same thing that I do. So what is the excuse saying a Castos device failed? Thank you for my timer. The reason for the failure was the Castos device not working, and that's what precluded their live election coverage. And I asked Matt to reach out and find out and he got a reply back from Angela that the Wi-Fi wasn't working, and that's why the conservation meeting could be broadcast live that night. Because I asked what the deal is. Why is conservation working? And they're saying that their device failed. And she said that because of Wi-Fi, which doesn't make sense, but not everyone's technology like me. And that it was being done on Zoom, and that's why. And then I said to myself, well, if that's the truth, then tonight there is a school committee meeting, and that will not happen because their devices still failed, and they have an expedited one, and it's coming in next week, and they're going to deal with it that way. So I said, let's see what happens tonight with the school committee meeting. And sure enough, the school committee meeting, how it's always been run, online, on Zoom with YouTube, was ran the same way that it's always been run in the past. So I reached out to Matt and said, Matt, school committee was live last night, how it's always been. Take it for what it is. So just to wrap things up, in that meeting, I said right at the onset to Phil, how come all this stuff didn't happen? This is the public. What was the reason that this did not happen? And his answer, and I quote, I didn't think covering the election was that big of a deal. That is his quote. Now couple that with the fact of what the public was told why this didn't happen, and that is the real reason. And I owned up and I gave Phil praise in that meeting and said, thank you for owning up to it. But the problem is in this town that only Chris Haley and Phil Rushworth knew why that meeting didn't work. And if I never pressed the issue, nobody would have. And we are just going to accept that as status quo in this town. With his chair, the person that hires and fires him sitting next to him heard all this and was just like, it's not big of a deal. Let's just go back to defending Phil and all these other scenarios that happened. Am I really being timed, Karen?
4 minutes, and I only started timing after the first 5.
I appreciate
Sorry,
it.
just a gentle reminder.
Thank you, Karen. Obviously, something like this warrants far greater discussion than other things in the past, because RCTV obviously has been a good partner. They do cover other items beyond their contract, which I mentioned to Phil in the meeting. They do cover items beyond what's in our contract. They're not supposed to cover the election, but they have. So I give them credit for that. But in terms of who should lead RCTV going forward, that's not our decision to make. But my decision tonight or into the future, whatever it ends up being, is as long as the leadership between the executive director as well as the chair of their board is in play, I will not be renewing any part of their contract. Perhaps it's a 30, 60, 90 extension within our purview. It's 6 months is what it's worded into the contract, perhaps. But as long as things stay the way that they are, absolutely not. I won't accept the bare minimum that has been done over the years. And it's unfortunate. I think it's squandered.
Sorry.
Thanks, Karen. Go ahead.
Raised a number of good points. I wanted to ask the question, are the two local access companies that are right next to us in Wilmington and Wakefield also running very well-run news outlets? Because I didn't see any of that on their website. So I see what our cable access has gone in a different direction. Everything takes time and energy, and they've done an amazing job. That is a resource that people rely on in this community. And you know, and I don't disagree with you. I was kind of asking what happened to the election coverage too. But on the other hand, Laura got the results up 15 minutes after it was over, and they had it up 5 minutes later. So maybe RCTV could have said to us, listen, things are changing. Subscribers, we don't want to film it, or we don't have the resources, but we'll have them up to you. You know, that always helps. But they did have them up there within, you know, as soon as anybody else had them. So I can't fault them for that. But I don't think those other news stations have public news outlets that serve the community like we do. But it's a community of an X size, and you only have X amount of resources. So I think it would be awesome to have further discussions with RCTV leadership, and let's talk about like where we go from here.
I don't disagree with what you said, because I looked myself and saw that Wilmington has 5 members on there. You know, they have their executive director. It's kind of the same. Like I mentioned, the PEG funding is almost on par, the equivalent. But how you mentioned the news that they had it up, the correction to that is they did not have it up. The Reading Post had it up. RCTV did not, or maybe they did. And now I'm probably...
So that's the same organization,
I would say...
right? That's why I'm.
That's a whole nother. I got into a thing with Chris Kurdler and Phil Rushworth that they went outside the terms of their agreement. That 1% of their funding goes to the Reading Post that does not have select board representation on their board, and we should. They circumvented us because we have a member on RCTV, but then they spent at least $6,000 to create the Reading Post and created their own board with. Now they can do whatever they want with the money. That's what was outlined and said to me in the meeting, that we can't control how they spend their funding, and I agree with that point. But they did spend the money in a way that they should not have done, that they created the Reading Post. They created a board that we don't have representation on.
That's so funny. Are we talking about Burbank or RCTV here?
Well, I don't know. We can get to that. I already told you, like, it's on the agenda.
I know you wanted to get this wrapped up by
Yeah, I
9:30,
know.
and that's not happening. But maybe we could schedule additional productive conversations? No.
Well, obviously, we'll still hear from the public. I don't know if anyone else has any comments beyond this before I open it up. No? All right. Anybody in the public? Jeff, I saw you first. 2 minutes, name and address.
Jeffrey Cartridge Road. I know it sounded like sort of an impeachment hearing for the executive director. I thought we were discussing the contract. And we heard earlier from people who are pointing out what an important resource RCTV is. The fact that they're filming this particular meeting, right? If we don't extend this contract, you know, where do we go with school committee, select board, finance committee, all the things that are spelled out there, never mind things that you want to add in. And we just heard that, you know, our trustworthy reporter is going to, not going to be, I don't know, are we going to have anyone covering the select board meetings for the Reading Times Chronicle? You know, where are people going to go for their information? The RCTV has this unique fact that, you know, they record all of the entire meeting, so you can go back and watch it. Maybe you watch it double speed, so you can kind of get through the things that you know, you can go back and get it. You're not restricted to.
Thank you.
Yeah, we heard it.
You heard it. RCTV might not have recorded it. Personally. But you can go back, you're not getting a spin from one media outlet or another where they type something up. You go back and say, I want to hear this direct from the Spatially Horses Map. So, I strongly support renewing this contract. And I think a message has probably been received by the RCTV board that, they need to look forward to it. We're going to drop this contract because you're getting cooking shows. If you want to see something different, then you spell it out in the contract. You don't drop the contract entirely and leave us with no coverage of all of the meetings that we really need to have covered by some organization. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Anybody else? Ace?
I just wanted to point out that I was the producer of the cooking shows, and they started in a home and moved to RCTV after maybe 3 or 4 years of running. So they can't be done elsewhere.
That was just an example, guys. It wasn't meant to be the end-all, be-all. It was an example.
I don't do my own cooking, so doesn't matter to me. I eat a lot.
Hi, Bob Beckman from Sunset Rock Lane. Also a member on the board of RCTV, though. The things that you've been mentioning that you're disappointed RC didn't cover weren't contractually responsible to cover, right? So everything that RCTV signed up to do, they've done. And they've done so much more, right? Everything that's done in the school, in the classes, and everything that's supported there is not in the contract, right? So RCTV has been a extremely faithful partner all along. So the idea to say that we're going to throw the baby out with the water is ludicrous in my mind. If you want other ideas, other forward-thinking ideas, those are great things to bring up. And let's discuss that. And what you mentioned, what Wilmington's doing, hey, those are some great ideas. Let's discuss that. The idea of the show, only the example of the cooking show, have you brought any ideas to RCTV that you wanted to film a show? I did a show. Unfortunately, it got affected by literally COVID. Never once was it a question. Never once did I have a problem. I didn't use the studio. I filmed it at a restaurant, and that's fine. All those are options for us. The idea of filming the debates and everything, Kathy mentioned, we can do that in the library. We can do that at the senior center. So the studio limitation, it's not as convenient, but it's very possible, right? Carla, I think you mentioned, can we do that on Saturday, right? If I wanted to film something on a Saturday, can I do that? Just as easy as you could before. RCTV didn't have a staff on Saturday, so you would have to make special arrangements to have done that 2 years ago. But we can do that today just as well, right? So there's no limitations that are stopping us. I think that what I'm hearing is the different options that were mentioned. It would be crazy to at least not do the 6-month extension tonight, right? We need to discuss that. If we're saying the contract ends in June, is this our last chance to say that, to do something, or? Thank you.
Thanks. I guess I would add to that, it would be on the June 10th agenda, most likely, and no one is looking to cut any kind of any of the meetings that are being broadcast. Obviously, that's not our intention. Did anybody else have anything public? Everett?
Everett Blodgett, 99 Prescott Street, resident for 42 years. I'm here with the creation of RCTV in a very small studio. It was not the original studio down there. It was the one down by RMLD. I think I have more questions about what was on your agenda for tonight. I thought it was the contract. and not a anti-roast. I would be asking more questions about, would we be getting second fiddle if we went to a grouping from Wakefield? I know that's the original Reading. I did several Reading shows very early about Parker Tavern with Dick Curtis. I did the dummy out of a lot of resistance. It's still a number one by heart. I would ask, what did you ask to put on the agenda? And I would ask, how many businesses did not survive on Main Street? And what did we do for them? Reading's been under a lot of pressure. People want to be here. It's the trees, it's the light, it's the essence of keeping up with the neighbors and putting a big addition on their house, and I did it too. But I don't think you got the hammer on exactly the right nail. You've got a damn good political program. You've got a damn good, that hit a lot of residents, and we hit a wall. And I saw Phil firsthand down there on many Saturday mornings, renting that out, space out to kids, and the cooking shows kind of went away, but the kids kept coming. I don't know exactly why it didn't work, but you have to be careful about who you throw mud at, because it hits a lot of people, not just one. There's a lot of businesses that died downtown. So,
thanks, Albert. Anybody else? Oh, I saw her first.
Sorry.
She's been knitting away, so.
Sorry, I'm very short.
That's
Peter Robertson, I'm on Elm Street. You said you were discouraged. I too am discouraged. I'm discouraged by the nature of this discussion. I'm discouraged that the chair of the select board has already made up his mind before listening to the constituents and before listening to the entire conversation. And that is what was said. I'm discouraged because I think we could really build up RCTV and help them. It seems like they need help. I am a member of RCTV. I am not on the board. And I'm discouraged that that is not part of this discussion. So I too am discouraged. I hope that we can work together to build a better RCTV with however it falls. I also worry about things that we don't talk about. For example, RCTV, I assume they always have a summer camp for children. It starts in July and August. If this contract ends on June 30th, will the Board of Selectmen be notifying those parents that that program will not run? And what happens in the fall? Will that program still run so that kids in high school can learn about these things? You are a technology person. Will you take that away from other children? That's your decision, but I'm also very discouraged.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Matt Sullivan. I'm at 30 Bear Hill Road. I'm Vice President of the board of RCTV. I've been a board member for 6 years in August. And I just want to say I appreciate the feedback because we can always do better. We're always looking for new ideas, looking at other communities and other peers. So I came into the meeting with an open mind. And so I think that it was good feedback. And the board, we do discuss different ways to raise money and what else we can do. So I just wanted to say thanks for the feedback. And I think it's important for the board to know and listen. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anyone on Zoom, Jackie?
No hands raised.
Thanks. Oh, all right. Sorry. You made the deadline.
Bruce Cooper, and I do work with RCTV on their books, so I do help them with that. I was on the committee for 10 years prior to that. I think I don't know what the point of some of the discussion was here, because I think RCTV is doing an exceptional job, really, if you really look at it. They've got so much programming beyond what the requirements of the contract are that I just am astounded that you're so dissatisfied with it. I just wonder what is behind that, because I just don't understand it, basically. I do think that Phil needs to be aware of the complaints, and I think he can address them, but I don't think he's aware of the complaints that you have. So I just am astounded by the negativity that I hear here, because I think he's been doing a pretty good job overall. But anyway.
Thank you. Linda, I already told you about, you already commented during public comment.
Different topic.
Yeah, well,
It's on
kind of
RCTV. It's on RCTV, but
I
it's
guess I
not
will be
about
making those
singing.
exceptions.
Excuse me?
I'll make an exception. I already mentioned it, but I'll let you speak.
Thank you. I realize it's during the same period, but last time I spoke about all the things that RCTV does well. I just also want to point out that RCTV is dealing with new kinds of competition. So when there's an event and RCTV is planned to be there and another news media, social media company comes and streams it, that creates a competition that really shouldn't be there, especially when it's someone from Reading who is on the select board. So I think that there's other things going on here too, and I just needed to say that out loud because it's an elephant in this room. And I can be more specific about when that's happened. But the reality is that RCTV, like has been mentioned, has fulfilled all aspects of its contract. And the downsizing was because they needed to do it and was huge for them to do it. And for me, that's amazing that they've made that work. And the work they've done with the schools has been amazing. And that will live on with our students ad infinitum. But the reality is there are competitions here that shouldn't exist. And I'm just gonna say it. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. I guess before, I understand, but I just want to make the public aware. I'll just mention that Memorial Day was definitely covered by another media organization that is in this room, the entire event, and it wasn't me. So perhaps you should make your comments to the person sitting down the aisle from you rather than me, Linda. I appreciate it, yes.
Menorah lighting, actually.
Well, I went by the last one. If you're gonna start throwing out accusations that all of a sudden that I have a conflict because I recorded a parade for 5 minutes. No, we don't need a break. A parade for 5 minutes while somebody else recorded 2.5 hours of footage sitting next to you, and there's no problem with that, that's fine. But you're barking up the wrong tree without realizing what you just did. So hopefully you can look further into that after this. Sorry, if you can go up, yes, sorry. Kind of.
Point of order, what do we have to do tonight?
This is just discussing the contract.
Okay, great. So we're not making any decisions tonight?
No.
This is Kendra Cooper. I'm actually from Precinct 8 as well. But I also have been a volunteer with first it was Comcast, and then when RCTV became an independent thing, I was the power behind or whatever, having school committee meetings on cable. I was the producer. We spent, it's got to be thousands of hours over the years volunteering and just recording it with great difficulty because the school committee did not want to be on any video. And we had a lot of impact on that. And I think that everyone's forgetting the fact that RCTV reaches people who are not online. There are a large number of people in Reading, and I can see this with various projects, who are not reached. And often when you look at the newspaper, it's really important to have a phone number because there are many residents in Reading who aren't aware, except what's on RCTV. They still have cable. Some people do, but there's been a huge drop in cable also. And one of those problems, and it's a statewide problem, and there's been legislation proposed, which has not been passed, which would also include the income from streaming. So there has been a real drop in the income that cable companies get from cable subscribers. I know that this is late right now, but I think there are quite a few students that, I know Karen Herrick had mentioned. There are so many people who have learned about TV and production, and there are kids who are out in California now who learned this in Reading. I think that it's really important that we not focus on what we think is going on. And by the way, I go to a lot of studios, and that doesn't help when I hear when I hear the Angels, But I've been to Billerica, I've been to Wilmington, I've been to Newton. I've been to a lot of these, and Wilmington has a lot of new equipment, but they also have a lot of facilities to work with. It's been very difficult for RCTV to stay within their budget, and people don't realize that a lot of what goes on RCTV is generated and has been generated by local people, and who are volunteers. Totally. It's very difficult to see when they had to move, but they did that for economic reasons. And if they hadn't moved, I think there'd be a criticism there that, why are you keeping this rent? This rent's going up and up and up. And so I think they did what they had to do at the time. And remember, before they moved to that studio, and before they were near the railroad tracks, they operated from the high school. I learned how to edit there. I learned how to do a lot of things, and that's where we had to go. And we got there. We wouldn't get back from a school committee meeting until probably, because it used to be down the railroad tracks, we wouldn't get back until like 1 and 2 in the morning. I'm just saying that the dedication.
Just wrap it up, because I know I let you go over, but I let other people go over. But yeah.
Well, that's okay, because I'm still around. So it's important that I think I got the impression tonight that you really, don't understand how Reading, how RCTV has been able to produce a lot, and the difficulties. And I urge you people to volunteer at RCTV, because then you would see it, you would understand better. But
thank you.
Anyway.
Anyone else? Yes, Stephen.
Stephen Crook, 137 Pleasant Street, member of the RCTV board and appointee, in fact, of select board. Two things. First one was mentioned earlier that I gather Comcast has had an outage at least today or so on. That should not get conflated with RCTV. I understand equipment breakdowns occur, but we have no control over when they can roll trucks or fix things. I trust the town follows that. The second one is, as one of the select board appointees, have not in the last year, couple of years, gotten really any feedback from select board. Though I will admit to and will apologize that it goes two ways. I have perhaps not reached out to the select board liaisons over the years as much as I should have. And so, I take that, your concerns. I will try to do a better job on that. And I would trust that the new liaison will be more active as well if the board has concerns. So, and I believe also it was last fall, there was one of the two providers having outages as well, I remember hearing about, but I trust on those sides that the town is contacting them and encouraging them to step things up. Thank you.
Thanks. I will say that while this meeting was going on, I did get a message that channel 22 or 33 is not working, which is Verizon and Comcast. I can't verify if that's true, and just that's what I'm being told. And I think, Matt, you got an email. Is that the same?
Yeah, it was the Xfinity that I got an email on, but I touched on, yes.
Anybody else? All right, so just to wrap this up quickly, to an earlier question about the summer camps and all that, my own daughter went to 2 RCTV summer camps. She did the movies, those kind of things that they do. So I do see firsthand. I actively participated in letting her go to these, and it's definitely worth it. And meeting all new friends, and I see some of the people working there now that were in the movies. So I don't throw that out. And then lastly, I understand that people might think this meeting may or may not have gone into a different direction, but I think the tone was set when somebody didn't come into this room that should have been here. And beyond that, I don't know what else to tell you. If we can't get answers to Stephen's thing, Carlo and I met with Chris Cook last year, Chris Kredler, sorry, last year. Phil wouldn't meet with us, and I don't know what else to do. I gave them numerous ideas in the meeting that we had a week or two ago about fundraising. You can't square the no fundraising done in the last year. You just can't. There's no desire there, I guess is my point. And when I mentioned it there, I thought that perhaps maybe they'd make a post about something, just to be like, look, we're doing something. And I didn't see anything. I checked. So anyone else have anything before we move on? We're not voting. We'll discuss this further. I gave my comments, and so did everyone else. All righty. I think my laptop died. We will move on.
Appraisal.
What?
Appraisal.
No, hold on, let me scroll up.
Appraisal's next.
Yeah. Yes. Discuss Pleasant Street appraisal, page 107. Matt, do you have that? Appraisal.
Yep, so the appraisal is in your packet, the full appraisal. Like I said at town meeting, we did have the number, I believe it was 965,000 that it was appraised at to sell, which I thought might have been a little lower than what we expected, but it was done. We're now open to ideas now that everything passed as to what to do with the building. We'll probably form a working group to talk about it, to make a plan forward. Several ideas have been floated. I mentioned a few at town meeting myself. So anyway, the appraisal, had it been ready before your last select board meeting, I would have brought it then, but I figured we'll at least put it on there and get it into the record tonight. It's getting late, we don't have to discuss it in detail, but just wanted to let you know it's there.
So obviously with the passage of ReCal, we had to do something with this building. It was obviously something has to take place, whether we sell it, lease it. There are other options, probably there are. Keep it. These are the kind of things that we have to discuss. I'm disheartened by the 860-something thousand too, because I know there is a ton of parking over there as well as across the street that's kind of, I would say, prime real estate in the grand scheme of things, but I also understand that this building needed to be replaced for a reason, and someone would have to do significant upkeep to bring it up. You can't say that there's a smell that happens with, gas various times, and all of a sudden now it doesn't exist because ReCal passed, or water flooding in the basement, or that, obviously that's still must exist. So there's a lot of things that we have to acknowledge are downfalls and pitfalls in that building. So at first blush, when I see 865, I'm like, I'm never selling this thing for 965. So we gained $100,000 in 5 seconds. It's difficult to say that I want to sell it, but at the same time, I guess the timeline for ReCal itself is what, 2 years, 27?
27. Yep.
So obviously we can start planning in advance. This seems like super way in advance.
Not really.
Well,
Start the conversation.
yeah. Right. So if we wanted to sell it, what are our options with that?
We're getting
off this agenda item. So we would, but I would
Is
definitely
that-
like us to have a
discussing the
future
appraisal.
agenda item.
Yeah, she's
Yeah, we're
discussing
only
the
discussing the
appraisal.
appraisal, so thank you. And we did get it before town meeting. I agree with you, it's,
Actually, you might be right, I might not be able to ask this question, but do we have an appraisal for selling it, and we didn't get any appraisal for lease options or what?
It's
Oh,
in
they
there.
are there,
It's in
sorry,
there.
I didn't read it, I
forget the
apologize.
exact amount. It's
And just one other question, I'm not trying to get off topic, but do we have any idea what that building would cost to bring up to par?
It depends on what up to par means, but it would be a significant investment, I think, talking to the facilities director as to bringing all those systems and, you know, some of the issues that Chris brought up. I could find that out from facilities. I know we talked about it during some of our recall meetings before, so.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
just so you know, the building is fully sprinklered. So in terms of, you know, it has its flaws, it's older, it's not appropriate for a senior population at all with no bathrooms and things on the first floor, but there are other applicable uses. The report gives you a figure that that is backed by data for what it might be
I disagree.
marketable.
Yeah.
It's just that they had to follow their appraisal rules. So they did that. It's an older historical property as well, and so that creates some issues. And how it can be used for housing, you know, is different, and I can't speak to the different methodologies that are used. So that was the 965,000. The rental income for the gross income was about 96,000 estimated, with operating expenses around 19,000. Again, this is estimated, so the net operating income would be about 72. Now, as time goes by, those figures change. So other market conditions fluctuate, and certainly in 2 years, the value may increase.
Yeah.
you had an unsolicited proposal from a housing developer, so you could just calculate how
significantly higher.
we could just take that proposal out and and back some value out of that, but I mean,
There's some zoning
we're
complications.
not talking
but yeah,
about
you're
selling it, but I was just like, I am in complete disagreement with that number.
What do you think it should be? Because I agree with you. I'm not in
I
real
would
estate.
say,
So.
let's do another appraisal and make sure they're different buildings. I mean, we looked at Walgreens. And we looked at that appraisal and we looked at the data we used, and they weren't far off. It was easy to, you know, every appraiser has an opinion. I would, you know, I just don't agree with the comps they used. So that's where you got that number, and it undervalued. And the one across the hall, the one across the parking lot, 2.1,
That's what they were asking
like
for,
the
yeah.
same kind of, I mean, they'll sell it eventually, but
Which one is 2 million?
Church.
Church next door. That's what they were
Ours is
asking.
probably better. I mean, yeah, okay, we're in agreement, yeah, so.
Yeah. So how much was the appraisal, I guess? I understand getting a second opinion and we have time, but I don't want to.
I think it was 4,000, something like that.
Oh my God, really?
Couple thousand, yeah.
Yeah, and that was the least expensive one. We had engaged another the appraiser that did the Walgreens property. We engaged him, and he recused himself because he doesn't have experience with historical properties as required by their ethics practices. So he stepped out. So that's why the appraisal came in so close to town meeting, because we had to engage another vendor and have them do it in a very compressed time period, which they did.
Carla?
So trying to keep this comment in the parameters of the appraisal. The appraisal gave us two options. Not two options, two opinions. What it's worth and what we can lease it for. Doesn't talk about what we do if we want to keep it for town use. So I think going forward, it's a little out of bounds, but it should be hopefully allowed, is that in the coming months, we need to discuss what the board, town staff, steering, a committee, what are the three options? Because we're just going to spin our wheels, right? Do we want to keep it? No, cross it off the list. Do we want to lease it? Do we want to sell it? Whatever the options are, we could just talk for months and months about what should we do? What should we do? What should we do? We gotta pick something, stick to it, and that's the direction we have to go in. If we're selling it, we're selling it. If we're all in agreement, let's get rid of it. Wouldn't be my decision, but that's an example. Just like the cooking show, as an example. So that's, I'll stop there, but the appraisal will give us two opinions of value. And I kind of agree with the leasing, $20 a square foot. I think that's about in line with current rates, but it does need a lot of work. So
I just sent you the green, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just sent you a leasing number for the green tomato, 28. People are asking.
well, that's built out. It's built out for school. So everything is,
For the whole building.
oh, again, tomato, whatever, whatever. That was a bad one, huh? It's all about the use. And like Jane said, a commercial user, if we lease it, they are building it out to their specs. Are they going to ask for tenant improvement money? Are they going to ask for free rent? Of course they are. And that's part of lease negotiation. But back to the appraisal, I think going forward on our next agenda item, it should be what we talked about before the election.
Bigger discussion of what.
Three options. What road are we going down? That's all.
Because we also have an option, we could ask Tommy to change the zoning if we felt like that was important, or if we needed to, and we haven't really talked about that. We did that with Addison Wesley back in the day.
Yeah.
Twice, as a matter of fact.
So we can see about putting on a future one and take Karen's comment into consideration if this is in the realm of possibility for us to do. It might be because she mentioned it, it might not be. So if you could just.
As far as changing the zoning, that comment?
Because I never thought of doing that.
Yeah.
Yes, it's,
Yeah, it's a possibility.
Yeah, we could.
You can do that.
If I read back then, actually, it came from, like the potential buyer said, well, we'll buy it, but can you
Yeah.
rezone it to this?
Because if someone said,
We had to do it
put on the.
We're getting off topic.
Yes.
Yeah,
We
put it
can
on
get
other
some opinions on that. yeah.
It's interesting. The comparables that they used aren't historical. That's interesting.
Well, when's the last time a historical building got sold?
Agree, but like if the original assessor wouldn't do it because they don't have knowledge of historical buildings, but then we used an assessor that didn't use historical buildings as their comparables, that doesn't make any
Yeah,
sense.
that's why Karen's right. This is an opinion of an appraiser.
Yeah.
But back with some data, obviously some data there, but it's their opinion. With
They don't know Reading like we do.
Just because you had asked prior, the invoice on that was $3,500 for that.
A little better, you save $500.
Yeah, great, save 500.
I don't think we need a second one. Let's move on.
Anyone from the public on the senior center, Pleasant Street Center appraisal only? Anyone online?
No.
No? All right, we will update future agenda with a more robust discussion on this. So next is discuss and vote on select board policy, Article 1, Section 1.4, communication. I think in the scope of it being 10:30 and in lieu of Melissa and I seeing one policy when that was not the correct policy in effect at the time, even though it's the one that I think should be the policy, I think that we'll just move this to the next agenda and have it better advertised in the packet. Anyone have any disagreement with that? Public disagree with me? Mine, no?
They look good.
Moving on. Let's discuss select board retreat. During our agenda discussion, Melissa, Matt and Jane discussed the select board potential retreat. Jane, you mentioned Linfield Marketplace, I think, was one of the spots. If you want to just brief the board.
Canopy Lake.
It's not Canopy Lake. Mark isn't here anymore.
So Linfield Marketplace, there is, I think they run their community television out of this area too, but there's a space, it's a nice space, it's for offices, it doesn't look, retail like the rest of it. So I had reached out to the town administrator there the last time we talked about a retreat and asked him to book it, and he was nice enough to do that. I'm sure we could do that again if that's where you want to do it. It's sort of nice to get a little bit out of town. We don't have to go too far. And then we had contacted Maya, who's our insurance and health company, find somebody to facilitate for us, and they had recommended a former town manager, a retired town manager who had a lot of experience with board relations, and so we had him lined up as well. And so that's something we could do again if the board wishes. So.
Thanks, Matt. Board members?
Kimball's, Richardson's, not Linfield.
You like the ice cream?
I like an activity. Let's do an activity, and then we can beat up on each other, right?
That's what everyone wants, Carl.
Yeah.
What activity are we doing? Feeding goats or?
Yeah,
what do
we
you
can
think?
go to Richardson's, have an ice cream, play some mini golf. Yeah.
Richardson's. Oh, and Middleton, sorry.
I mean, I really could like playing mini golf, I guess, but you know, it's conducive to the whole process, like the rooster. I guess I'm okay with the Linfield example that you mentioned, Jane. I mean, you know, it's more professional. How does everyone feel about it?
I think Linfield might make more sense. Maybe we can get ice cream. Carlo, that would be.
Is there a cost to this for us?
Nominal.
No, I could talk to the town manager there, but I think that they rented it. They allow it for community use, so, yeah.
Even though it's not their community.
Right.
Well, and it's nearby enough that it's still a public meeting, so, you know, residents could come and there's a space there where they could, you know, listen if they wanted to.
Yeah, if they wanted to, and it might be easier to do it in a setting like that versus an ice cream store.
We can always have ice cream brought in. We've done that.
See, there we
I've
go.
done that.
We have a delivered.
To my house, and I said the wrong amount, so I regret it.
All right, so I guess in terms of this, unless anyone has any opposition, Jane, Matt can reach out to us, get our schedules, what things look like in the future. If it's going to be a weekend meeting or not, we can kind of do a doodle poll and see who can make what and see how it works. It'd be great if the 5 of us were there, but I understand it's the summer, things happen. You know, we'll see what we can do to cover everybody.
Can I ask that we have a really specific like list of why we're doing this and what we're trying to accomplish?
Yeah, Matt and Jane did go over, like I mentioned, the person that's done it before. So they'll have, I think, a whiteboard, and that's what you mentioned with all different.
Yeah, we've done some homework in the past. We can have the specific schedule. I think the intention is for the board to come up with shared goals that the board wants to achieve. So it's your shared
Went off
goals.
the rails last time. We had shared goals, we scheduled it, and it went off the rails. And I am not looking to repeat that. So I don't know what we do this time to make sure that doesn't happen.
I think a shared commitment to working together to come up with.
Car keys away, they can't.
I mean, I don't even know. I mean, I lost all the keys.
Yeah, and take all the chairs away, so you can't sit down.
Maybe we have to do a plank, maybe a plank during your talking.
Okay, that would be short. Okay, that'd be great.
But I think if with that shared commitment and we'll have a neutral third party who understands municipal management really well and wants to see the board succeed. You know, the board succeeding and working together is for the benefit of the whole community.
Karen, did you have something? No? Good?
I have no
You
idea
look like
what's
you were
going
waiting.
on. I'm like,
It's a select board retreat. It's real. It's
I hear
fun.
ice cream. I hear.
We almost had it.
We're going to Canterbury.
What are we doing?
Almost had it at Canterbury Lake, but Mark wouldn't go on the log ride with me, so we didn't do that.
It has been on a Saturday morning, and it wasn't an insignificant time commitment, so you definitely want it to be worth your while.
Okay. Is it like a kumbaya thing? Is it a touchy-feely kind of trust thing?
Till it
Supposed
goes
to be-
off the rails.
It's supposed to be a working session where you kind of bring your ideas for the things that you really believe in, and everybody brings their ideas for the things that are most important to them. And then you work together to kind of whittle that list down to say, yeah, I agree, we need to do X, Y, Z. These are the things we really need to do. And then you can turn those goals that the board has, right? So there's 2 big projects happening in town right now. You've talked about budget issues facing the community. So these are major, major things. I think you all agree, you guys have been unanimous, I think, on every vote tonight, practically. So, you know, you're in a good position to go into a retreat and say, okay, these big things have been accomplished. We've done these big things. Staff have done these big things. And now We need to manage these big things and then talk about what's the next steps. And the board can do that work together, in an unofficial space where you can, it's not on TV, but it is open to the public. And then those goals become part of what, you work with Matt on what his goals are. And then it's everybody's shared achievement and everybody working together, not to be too kumbaya because it's practical as well.
Less kumbaya would be great.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we'll work on a doodle poll scenario for the future, put it out there, see what people can make, and we'll kind of go from there. Anyone from the public have input on our retreat? They would like to go, Bob wants to go. I think we'll allow it.
Probably take a minute.
Anybody online?
Yes, Angela Binda has her hand raised.
All right, Angela, Select Board Retreat, name and address.
Angela Benda, 10 Orchard Park Drive. So I think I'm in between. The last discussion was really quick, and I just raised my hand after you finished it, and the next discussion about future agenda items. So I'm in between. Can I speak now or hold till future agenda items? I wanted to speak on communications, Select Board communications.
I would say for future agenda items, Angela, it should be only a couple more minutes.
Okay, so I'll raise my hand again.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, so no motion needed on that. Select Board liaison reports. I will start with Karen on the end.
Let's see, April 18th, I attended the Korean Ambassador Peace Medal ceremony with Karen for Dorothy Daniels on behalf of her husband Kenneth, and it was lovely. It was my first introduction to, anything really. Met the General Consulate, it was really lovely. As someone mentioned today, I went and planted trees in the rain in the town forest, and the town forest is incredibly rocky, so it's very hard to plant trees in the town forest, I will tell you that. It was really fun, it was a good time. Really well organized and laid out and everything. Then we had town meeting. I don't need to go into that because it ran as late as tonight. And then Memorial Day, spoke at Memorial Day yesterday, or what day is today? Yesterday. Yeah, it was great. Had a good
It's almost
time.
2 days ago now.
I know, it feels like forever ago. Went to all four cemeteries. I had never been to all four cemeteries before, and they're beautiful, really beautiful. So I had a really nice time. That was it.
Thank you, Karen. Karen?
Yep, really very much enjoyed the ceremony that our Veteran Services Officer planned. He did a marvelous job, and then I stayed for lunch, and that was pretty awesome too. That is a lovely Pearl Street. That's a great place. Put me there when I need to go there. I love that place. And was speaking briefly, there's a few things that are not necessarily my liaisons areas, but this is the anniversary of Lafayette's visit to Reading this year, and we haven't necessarily planned anything for the anniversary of the country, so
I have an update on that if you want.
okay, I'll let you
Or
take
it
that
is-
on then. Okay, so
Yes.
what I understood is that the Historical Commission is in support of that, they're aware of that and working it through the town manager's office.
Yeah.
And I spoke briefly to the Climate Advisory Committee, and after town meeting, after there was unanimous support for that resident for keeping those trees and avoiding runoff, and I strongly encouraged them to move ahead with their plans to come up with a tree bylaw for us to present to potentially have for town meeting. So they thought that they would start working on that this summer. Oh, I attended the unveiling of the, I forget the details, 15 megawatt power battery center over in North Reading. Oh, right behind Teledyne. Oh, it feels like Wilmington, but it's technically North Reading. And speaking with other people in Mass municipal meetings, they located that in a great location because it tends to be pretty noisy with all the fans blowing, but it's right next to 93 and it's right in the back of an unused parking lot, so you can't really hear it. So that's really exciting, and I think the general manager said that were we to lose power, that installation would support 300 homes for a week. So he is definitely, they're looking to do more of them, and we talked to Greg Phipps a little bit about, let's look in Reading, let's see what we could do. Let's revisit the 2 projects we've approved. We've approved that as a town, 2 projects right next to each other. There are gonna be economies of scale in terms of how we power them and protect them, and so and he's, willing to have conversations with us. And is that it? I think that's about it. But yeah, that was also terrific. So they are building their infrastructure. I guess we're 55% green powered energy right now, and there were select board members from North Reading and Wilmington. There was and a number of state senators and reps. Great conversations. People were pretty excited. And what I did learn is that you don't want to do these battery installations near residential homes. They are too noisy. So thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Melissa?
Maybe. Yes, thank you. I listened into the CPDC meeting on April 14th where they discussed Birch Meadow Phase 2. That phase will include renovating basketball courts. I think they're changing it to asphalt to post tension, just like the pickleball courts.
That's correct.
They're also upgrading the playground. They're taking out the rubber mulch and putting in different mulch, right?
The place surface.
Sorry. And then also they're making it more ADA accessible, which is great. And they're also adding ADA parking over there, improving drainage, walkways, and lighting. And I know there was a lot of conversation about making that area safer to cross at that intersection right by that park. May 19th, I was able to attend the promotions awards for the fire and police department, which was a great event. Especially want to say congratulations to our new fire chief, Chief Nelson, and our new assistant fire chief, Keo. The ceremony was fantastic, and it really made me proud to be a member of this community, hearing all the stories and the awards and the promotions that the officers all received. Lastly, we all were at 4 very long nights of town meeting, and I am really excited for this town that both Killam and Recal both passed at town meeting and by town vote, which is amazing for our residents, both young and old. I mean, we're going to get 2 fabulous buildings, but I think now is the challenging task for us, and to really make sure our eyes are on the budget and making sure we can do everything for the residents of this town to make sure we push off a override for as long as we can.
Thanks, Carlo.
Mine's easy, I have none.
Easy enough. For me, I had attended the Millette Soames and Morgan community cleanup over there with my 6-year-old Savannah, as well as other residents and conservation members as well. It was good to spend a couple hours over there and just all the trees that had fallen, and they put out, I don't know how many wheelbarrows full of bark mulch. It had to be 100 or 200. I don't know. I lost count. I handled the sticks with my littlest one, but it's good to see that we did, upkeep the area over there. It is looking just as good as it did in the beginning, absent the swans that were in the pond now. Something happened to them, but now we have a wolf. So there's a wolf over there to scare away the birds and all that. But it was a good community event, and I'm glad that we had, the first one was rained out and it was a makeup day. So it's good to see that kind of planning ahead of time to know that, we need to have a makeup date for certain events, and nobody wants to come out in the rain and they'll get low turnout. So it worked out to their benefit. So it's good to see that kind of initiative. I think a resident created this, so I don't want to speak out of turn with it, but if that was the case, I mean, that's very forward thinking of him. I also attended the Memorial Day celebration, like Karen had mentioned. It was good, once again, to hear different voices from our community speak, as well as celebrating all our veterans in town, and seeing all the graves with the flags and everything over there, kind of highlighting commitment to Reading. And lastly, I did attend the badge pinning ceremony, like Melissa had mentioned as well. Just once again, hearing all the stories over there, we just, someone got pulled over while we're sitting here doing this meeting. It's just like, that's what we think, but then there's other scary scenarios that got discussed during that badge pinning that, people sign up for this, but certain things you don't sign up for per se, I guess. To them, they probably know what they're going to run into, and that's what they signed up for. But somebody like me that grew up watching Cops all the time and in those kind of scenarios, like what was discussed at this is, it hits home because it's here. So the big takeaway I got was right at the end when Rick Nelson mentioned the 5 days. I happen to know the community member that he was speaking about, that, because of the fire department, they had 5 days to say goodbye to their husband. And it really hits close to home when you actually know the person. So I'm just very appreciative of what they do for this town. So, what's that?
Do you have an update on the Lafayette?
Oh, yes. No, they reached out to me. They're seeing about working with the police department for closing it down and having a horse and carriage ride up Main Street. So we'll work with Matt and get that squared away. But they are actively coming here. Yes. Yep. All right. It's weird to ask public comment on select board liaison reports. I don't think that conduces it. So we'll move on to future agendas. Page 179 in the packet. Does anybody have any future agenda items beyond what I outlined at the onset of the meeting? We'll go over that after everybody has. And someone just got pulled over again. Any other future agendas that anybody can think of? I outlined briefly on page 6 of the packet a couple ideas, at least for me. Kind of a couple takeaways that I've seen.
The discussion on Acadia Ave, is that not a public hearing? We're not having a public hearing on that?
No, not yet. They just want to discuss, the police department has several scenarios. They want to run it by the select board first, and then once we get some sort of consensus, we'll have a public hearing.
Because I have some ideas too. So thank you.
Yes. Yep.
Anyone else have anything? So just briefly on my page 6, I kind of outlined Airbnb status. I know we've had this on here waffling. I just want to kind of see what the status of this is. And if we're losing money, we'll have that on a future agenda. It was brought up at town meeting about the bylaw and fences for sports. I'd kind of like to know more about that, why it exists. I'm sure there was a reason. Maybe there can be a reason why it doesn't exist, and we can kind of work on it within reason. That's kind of a thing. But like Melissa briefly touched on, going forward in meetings, discussing the town budget. We 5-0 finance committee, 9-0s everything. We just need a little bit more in-depth discussion on what's happening in the community. And then if any residents know of any other ways that we can raise funds, feel free. So that's kind of the future agenda topics I had, as well as the Pride Proclamation that I mentioned at the beginning. So we will have to have another separate meeting for that before the 10th to be able to make the 7th deadline. So I don't know if we wanted, it's sort of kind of too late for this week, maybe for a Friday scenario, but if people have any availability, obviously Monday through Friday, all of next week, we need to just have a brief discussion on that.
What are we doing?
Pride Proclamation.
Zoom?
Yes, a Zoom meeting works.
To proclamate it or discuss if we're going to proclamate it?
Well, discuss and vote on a Pride Proclamation.
Okay. Are we adding RCTV to the 10th or the 24th? Because that's not on here.
We can work with Matt and kind of get a little bit more feedback of what we can and cannot do, and maybe have Avery in on the meeting as well to discuss those other options.
Okay.
But in terms of the Pride Proclamation. Does anybody have any days they can't do next week? Obviously, we'll have a doodle poll come out, but are there any dates?
I can't do Friday from like 1 to 3. Doing night, day, what are we doing?
Whatever works for everybody, so the 5 of us can at least get there.
Can we send out the doodle poll? I
Yeah.
have my phone at home, so kind of useless.
Okay, we can look at some dates and send out a doodle poll.
Monday through Friday of next week.
It would be probably a Zoom only meeting.
Don't we have to sign the proclamation though?
We do, but we can have it.
Oh,
We can have it here and come in,
Stamped. Do you have a stamp yet?
Oh, yeah, okay, that's fair.
or we
Need
can
a
come in
stamp
here
for
to
Karen.
sign it.
Okay.
We'll have to get Karen to stamp.
We do have stamps.
Any other future agenda items from us? In the room, anyone? No? Angela, you still on Zoom?
Jackie, Angela still
Can
there?
I unmuted myself.
No. All right, go ahead, Angela. Name and address.
Thank you, Angela Benda, 10 Orchard Park Drive. So I would like to address future agenda items. Mr. Chair, I appreciate that you said that the motions, in the beginning of the meeting, you said motions would be in the packet, and you're responding to previous comments. And I appreciate that, but what I saw in the packet was not very informative. And the motion regarding communications just said, move to accept changes. However, there were no changes listed in the packet. The last time when these communications were discussed was 2021, and the draft changes were in the packet so that the select board and any other people looking at the comments would be prepared for them. I also want to comment on future agenda items, the discuss and vote in a single evening. This does not allow for time for reflection. It does not allow proper time for the citizens to be informed of what is going on and to be able to address the select board. Especially if there's nothing in the packet. You could read the packet, you could see that something is on the agenda. You have no idea what the context are. So I'm asking that a hallmark of transparency, which you, Mr. Chair, said you're in favor of, we're all in favor of, is to allow thoughtful debate. And thoughtful debate requires people understanding what they're discussing. It means that people are prepared. They have the ability to prepare ahead of time. They have the ability to respond to what their select board says. Seeing the process by which our elected officials come to decisions, that is what transparency is about. So I'm asking that you put, regarding future agenda items, that you put more information and text that you wish to change in the packets, and please allow time between the discussion and votes so that decisions are not hasty and they are more thoughtful. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. I briefly touched on this, maybe you didn't hear the part, but the way that it was written in the packet the first time is the exact motion of how I would have written it. I was not aware at the time that that was not the case. It was brought to our attention from the email that you sent earlier today of the other direction that went. So I was basically going off what the packet had said on that on this communication. The way that the line item A was written is precisely how I was going over it. So I didn't think that it warranted any other outreach beyond, it was already in the packet. I was unaware that, we were looking at an outdated thing, even though it said August of 21. So that's kind of why that aspect wasn't in there, but that is why we delayed this vote until the next meeting, because, it wasn't done correctly. So that's the way it goes.
That has to be added to the 10th.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. All right, so that's future agendas. Anyone else online? Seeing nobody. Discuss and vote to approve prior meeting minutes. We have two sets of minutes, April 14th and the 28th. Did anybody have any changes? Nobody. Jackie, anybody changes? Nothing? Public's not changing minutes on us?
Nobody sent me anything.
All right, so could I get a motion, Karen, for April 14th and 28th and 28th together?
Do you want them separate or
No, together, because there's no changes.
Motion to move to approve the April 14th, 2025 meeting minutes as presented and amended, and move to approve the April 28th, 2025 meeting minutes as presented amended.
So friendly, so,
Point of
yes,
order,
Aaron
a
can.
point of information.
Yeah.
So they put that in front of you. If we make it amended, then you could say it. As amended, you get your choice.
I
you know,
gotcha.
just so no pressure while you're on camera. Good job.
So the 14th, so friendly amendment, so move to approve April 14th and 28th meeting minutes as presented.
Okay. So moved.
Yes,
So
thank you, Karen. All right, so, all those in favor? Oh, sorry, any discussion? Those in favor? Opposed? That's it.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
No discussion?
No discussion?
There's no discussion. 5-0.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, well,
Great.
hit it, hit it,
Awesome.
I'm hitting it. 11 o'clock.